Ahlan wa sahlan, welcome to another episode of the Gin and Tonic Show, everybody, and happy Ramadan. If you'd like to join us on the panel, just send a Skype friend request to the Gin and Tonic Show. As always, all guests that call in are advised that this is broadcast live across Bog TV and recorded for later upload on YouTube, so you can't say that we didn't warn you. I'm Almighty Atheismo. Joining us today is the Rationalizer, Stopspamming, and we did have a guest scheduled, but there has been some miscommunication. We may have to proceed on without him. Please be civil and don't say, oh, well, he chickened out, because we don't really know. There's been some confusion as to the date and some other details of his arrival. So, you know, we'll see what happens. We'll come up with some substitute topics in the meantime. But first, Stopspamming has... Did I forget some part of the intro? I guess it doesn't matter at this point. Stopspamming has some comments from a question he received about why we do it, why we do the show, and so forth.
Yeah, you forgot the part of, if you do call, remember it's public. Nothing here that you say is private, and everything will be held against you. That's it.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, because I hear this quite a lot. And I want to clarify it here on record. If anybody ever asks it again, I'll just refer them here. Because I've been asked, why do we call it the Gin and Tonic Show, and why are we making fun of gins? And I don't understand what kind of an answer they expect to hear from me. Should we go and say, well, oh, terribly sorry, we'll call it something else. I mean, I think it's one of the most brilliant names ever for a show. It is so full of double entendre and so full of, I love it. It's so, you know, a little bit humorous, a little bit serious, a little bit of this, a little bit of, it's brilliant. And the thing is, we are not disrespectful of any jinn, not at least that I've heard of. And I promise, I swear to God, and I'm sticking out my head now, I'm speaking for the others. As soon as any jinn comes and complains, we'll change the name. Really, I promise. But until then, please, guys, there is nothing wrong with the name. The second thing that I hear a lot is, why do we hate Islam? And why do we refute Islam? Why do we hate Muslims? Now, this is totally, totally untrue. Number one, you cannot refute Islam. Islam is a fact. Islam is it's a way of life. It's a worldview. You cannot refute it. If somebody says, I very much want to believe in whatever they want to believe in, then that is that. You cannot refute it. We don't hate Islam. There is nothing to hate about it. If somebody wants to do whatever there is to do, whatever he thinks it says in the Quran, or whether he wants to follow the Sunnah, or whatever he wants to, it's up to them. Everybody has the right to worship whatever they want. We don't hate them for that. What we do is we provide information. We try and provide factual information. We try and provide correct information and the truth about Islam and about the texts. So if somebody comes and makes a claim, we analyze the claim that they make. And if somebody makes stupid claims, it might sound as though we hate that person. And maybe we are ridiculing that person. And maybe it's a little bit fun. Yes, but we don't hate them. That's why we brought on, I mean, even when we had, after this interview with Professor Hoodboy, to provide a balance, we brought on Professor Syed, a Muslim, you know, to give his view. So what we try and do is show people the truth. So we do not hate Islam. We do not hate Muslims. We just look at the facts and we try and provide the truth. And, okay, maybe I'm outing myself as a softie now, but what I watched, when I watched the opening of the Olympics yesterday, this whole concept of 200 nations, each contributing this little cup, and then this cup being lit up, and then all these 200 elements then shaping and forming one common torch. That is the goal that I have. That is what I love. This is what I would love to see in this world. People working together, not hating each other, not going, but communicating and talking amongst each other without all this hate and all this whatever. Wars should be fought jumping over hurdles or whatever. At least the people that compete in the Olympics, even when they get beaten, they can walk home. They're not taken home in a coffin or in a wheelchair, and that is, I think, important. Okay, go back.
Rash, did you have a comment? I'd like to say quickly that as far as the title of the show is concerned, we understand that it's a sensitive topic. People's religious belief is a sensitive topic. But if just the mention of jinn in the same place as or adjacent to the mention of an alcoholic beverage, if that's too offensive for you, then you don't meet the minimum requirement of thick-skinnedness in order to even, for us to want to talk to you. I mean, if that's how easily offended you are, don't even bother. You're going to have to toughen up. Even as sober and serious as we can be in any discussion, if any counterpoint at all, or if that's how sensitive you are, there's no way we can even address the issue, because we have to at least pose at some point as a hypothetical that you could be wrong, and what are you going to do? Throw a fit? It reminds me of when Seitan Bruggencate was on the Magic Sandwich Show, and he said, "Well, I'll only talk about the Bible if you concede my position before we even begin the discussion," because he was just completely unprepared to handle any counterpoint, completely unwilling to engage in a conversation where someone might even hypothetically say that the Bible might be wrong about something, or say anything even that he could inventively construe as being intended to offend. So, like I said, if that's how sensitive you are, you just should steer clear of this kind of discussion.
The word tonic in Gin and Tonic Show, I don't really see as alcoholic beverage. I thought more along the lines of a medicine that invigorates or strengthens. So it's like, here's the gin and here's the tonic.
The other names also that when we were brainstorming for a name of the show, were really awful, like, because it was a sort of spin-off of the Magic Sandwich Show at first, so we were like, well, should we call it like the Magic Falafel Show or something like that? And then there were a lot of other really bad ones before we came up with the gin and tonic thing.
I just wondering, I don't know how widely broadcast it was, but I think it was the BBC did a documentary called something like My Brother the Islamist, and it was about a guy from the UK down south. His stepbrother is now a film producer, and he hadn't spoken to him in years, and when he did, he discovered that he'd become a Muslim. So he thought what he'd do is take a camera crew, follow him around, see what his life is like now and what kind of things he believes. And he said that from the moment he got off the train, rather than this big reunion, haven't seen my stepbrother in years, it was instantly 5 hours of proselytising, trying to get him to convert. And he's involved with Anjem Chowdhury, who I'm sure that you've heard of. So there's lots of video footage of him sitting around eating halal fried chicken with Anjem Chowdhury, and they'd suck their first three fingers. I remember the one guy said something like, Muhammad said to suck the first three digits when you've eaten chicken or something like that. And science has shown, right, that when you eat, your first three fingers release beneficial enzymes. But anyway, sorry, that was just a sideline. I was laughing when I saw that. But seeing this guy with Chowdhury, and my heart just sank, and I thought, he's really got him with the crackpots. And this guy, who was saying that he's not allowed to shake hands with anyone that's a Muslim with his right hand. He has to shake hands with his left hand, his dirty hand. And his brother said to him, well, won't you shake hands with me? He said, no, only with my dirty hand. That's quite upsetting for him. But that was quite some time ago. And in the news recently, there have been 5 people arrested on charges of planning terrorist actions, who the police are accusing of going over to Pakistan and doing terror training and so on. And one of them is named Richard Dart, aged 29, and it's the guy from the BBC documentary, Mr. Chowdhury's friend. And I thought, I kind of saw it coming, but, I was really, really hoping that it wasn't going to come to it. But I just hope he's innocent, and that he's found innocent.
Well, yeah, it seems like reality television in the UK is much more exciting when people actually get arrested for terrorism charges. All we have over in the States is that To Catch a Predator. Someone in the chat, the finger licking thing. Somebody sent me a hadith over the week. There's an authenticated hadith. I forget if it's from Bukhari or Muslim, but it says when after you eat, don't wipe your hands until you have licked your fingers or someone else has licked them. A lot of bad hygienic advice. I mean, it's not. I don't know if it's just a deal breaker outright. You know, a lot of people. And I see, this is the thing about people, Muslims who are offended at the name or things like that. People are like, "Well, you're making fun," and I'm like, "Look, somebody said it. I read it. It's silly. We all agree. What needs to be added? There's the punchline is built into the scriptures. You don't even need to make a joke out of it. I mean, I'm sorry, it's silly. There's no way to get around it. There's no way for us to read something like that with perfectly straight faces and just move on. That's just bad hygienic advice. Okay, don't go around licking other people's fingers. Don't just wash your hands with some.
I did see a forum actually, and someone had posted. Something like, post your favourite hadiths. That was it, just post your favourite hadiths. And then people were doing stuff like Satan sleeps up your nose, don't drink while you're standing up. Muhammad used to spit in other people's water and all sorts of stuff. But they were just putting it on and citing the references one after another, and then you'd get people saying, "Why are you mocking our religion? Why are you laughing at us?" And then someone was saying, "But we haven't said anything. All we've done is posted them.
Yeah,
we haven't even commented on them. We've just said, here you go. Here's the hadith. That's it." Didn't
I
even
got banned for that.
Found it funny.
I got chucked off a forum for that.
Yeah.
They discussed Muhammad and said he was a saint, and I said, well, here these hadiths say the opposite. And when I posted it, somebody said, no, he needs to be banned because he's insulting our prophet. So anyway, isn't it Colonel Sanders or something that invented KFC?
Well,
yeah.
I don't know. Did he really exist? I don't know.
Oh,
yeah. It was Colonel something. And the slogan, I don't know, in South Africa at least it's finger licking good. So you have to do it.
Yeah, but the thing is Colonel Sanders can't be compared to Muhammad because Colonel Sanders didn't tell you how many fingers to lick.
No, he was actually a Muslim. You see, he followed Muhammad, and maybe he didn't understand it.
He converted on his deathbed. Is that it? Now
before that.
Now anyone could just justly accuse us of being juvenile. Yeah.
No, this is just the finger licking good, which is supposed to present you with a segue into Ramadan.
Oh right, yeah. Anyway, someone asked us about the the effects of fasting, and if there was any medical research on the effects of fasting during Ramadan. Now, for those who don't know, although I mean we have a lot of ex-Muslims in the chat, they'll sleep through this. For those of you who don't know, during Ramadan, which is a holy month, which due to the use of the lunar calendar, it shifts about 11 days every year. During that month, from dawn till dusk, you're fasting. You're supposed to abstain from foods, drinks, any kind of legal drugs. Obviously, if it's illegal, you're not supposed to be using it in the first place. But you're not allowed to smoke. You're not allowed to have sex. You're not allowed to do a lot of different things. And what they typically do is eat a heavy breakfast, and then after the sun sets, a very heavy late night meal. Now, when we put the video up, I'm gonna add links to various annotations from some studies that have been done. The verdict I would give is that the primary the biggest problem is the inability to drink water during the day, because it's just never a good idea. The dietary restrictions, they mostly cancel each other out. Some people actually put on weight. They found that in the Arab world, some people put on, actually get more calories and put on weight because their metabolism slow down. Because the body thinks it's starving, and then they'll eat the heavy meal and they'll sort of over-digest it. Whereas on the Indian subcontinent, the food stuffs are a bit different. And since the diet is so different, they actually lose caloric intake because I guess they don't eat enough fatty or protein-rich foods to make up for it. So, you can put on weight in Ramadan on the peninsula or in the Levant. In India or Pakistan, you might lose a little bit of weight, but it's mostly neutral. No serious vitamin deficiencies or anything like that arise. Mostly, it's the inability to drink water that could cause potential problems. Now, medicines, any kind of pill that you take, any kind of drug, any kind of injection, insulin, IV fluid, these are all banned, but you have to first consider that if you have a note from your doctor, if you're unwell, then it doesn't apply to you to begin with. If you were to say, okay, I'm going to participate, or if you were in a very conservative area where participation was considered mandatory unless you specifically had a note from your doctor, then you could be in trouble. You know what I mean?
No, you don't literally mean that they need a note from the doctor, do you? Are you just speaking metaphorically? There isn't actual.
It depends on where you are. It depends on where you are. Some of these things, it's just cultural pressure. In other places, it's the law. You need a good excuse. I mean, like I said, in some of the more moderate to liberal places, you can just say, well, I'm feeling sick, or if you're disabled. I'm sure that if you're like sort of registered as disabled, but I mean, it always creates a gray area when you have religious authorities making medical decisions. But like if you're a diabetic and you say, okay, well, I'll out of a sense of duty, I'll participate in Ramadan and not take it as an excuse. And during the day, you can only take your insulin in morning and late evening. You could really be jeopardizing your health. So, but like I said, if you're really sick, or if you're just sort of permanently disabled, or if you're infirm, too young, too old, things like that, then you're supposed to be exempt. But like I said, it creates a really dangerous gray area. Like we read about these hadiths and some of the really bad hygienic advice that Muhammad would sometimes give. It always creates a sticky situation where you have clerics making medical decisions, especially.
Well, my wife and I gave it a try because we'd heard so many times of people saying, "Oh, I'm fasting. It's so difficult. Oh, it's really terrible." And so we gave it a try, and the only thing that was really unpleasant was the liquid, really, because it made my mouth feel all smeggy and horrible. But, I didn't even bother getting up in the morning to eat early before I had to fast or anything. I just had my dinner at something like 8 or 9 o'clock the previous night, went to bed, woke up, fasted, and then I went till something like 11 o'clock the next night. And I could have kept going, and I just thought, wow, this is just really silly. So I gave it up. But, I mean, the only effect it really had on me, other than making my mouth feel a bit disgusting, was at points you can get this sense of euphoria. You feel lightheaded, and it's kind of, it's almost like a spiritual experience in a way. Well, how you would imagine a spiritual experience. Which kind of makes sense, really, if it's some kind of a religious practice. I mean, in other parts of the world, people take drugs as a kind of religious spiritual experience. It doesn't surprise me that religions picked up on different things that give you a sense of euphoria and try to claim that it's a religious practice that makes you spiritually closer to some deity or other. I've heard of it. I've heard of other people say that they get this lightheaded spiritual feeling, and they interpret it as their spirits being cleaned or something like that. But I was a fit and healthy person, so I didn't really struggle to do it. But other people, obviously, who aren't very well or whatever. I mean, someone who needs insulin, I just can't see how they could ever fast, because you can't.
No, they have rules.
Yeah, because I mean, why would someone say I'm going to make humans so that they have to fast during this entire period of time, but then I'm going to make some humans who are medically exempt from ever being able to do it. It just makes no sense. Why would you not have no human with any affliction, permanent affliction, that prevents them from fasting during Ramadan? Why would it be more difficult for people to fast longer hours because of their geographical location? You know, why all of the inconsistencies from an entity with all the power that is imaginable and all of the knowledge that can be had? Why so many stupid inconsistencies? The answer is quite simple. It was yet another tradition that Muhammad picked up from the local area and told everyone that they were doing right because God said so that he could get them on side.
And it's getting more and more difficult for Muslims to actually reconcile this with 2012, because everybody knows that if you are in a country which is like 60, 70 degrees north or south, you don't have sunrise or sunset or whatever, or a day can last 20 hours. So it gets like ridiculous if you really follow it the way that it is prescribed. If you don't and you make amends, then again you are interpreting it and you are applying the human factor, which is not supposed to be the thing with if a God were to have prescribed it, exactly what you're saying. This proves that it can't have been a God. And the other thing is, I asked on a forum, okay, is Ramadan in 2012 started visually or electronically? And it's quite interesting that even Muslims are not 100% sure, because then somebody came on and they well, somewhat timidly, but they did say, yeah, they saw that in Jeddah or in Mecca or Medina, I can't remember where, it was actually going to be cloudy, and there was no way that they could actually see the moon. So the people in Riyadh were going to see the moon, but the people in Mecca wouldn't be able to see it. So who was going to declare Ramadan started? And so there are questions that are being asked in the community. And it's stupid. Okay, I told the story earlier. What happens is you can go to Carrefour, for example, on a Friday during Ramadan, and during the main prayer, they will shut the doors. Everybody has to leave. So you stand outside for an hour, and you go, walk around, I don't know what, go back to the car. Then after an hour, everything is finished. They raise the doors. You can go back into the supermarket, and you can go and buy yourself a sandwich. But you're not allowed to eat or drink. You have to go and hide in the car because nobody's allowed to see you. And this is what happens a lot. So, during Ramadan, over the weekend, if you go and look at the car parks or outside the shopping centers, you'll see that they're full of people, munching away inside the car. And now, Atheismo, you had an idea. Maybe there are some Muslims in the chat who can share their experiences without being questioned, without anything. I liked your idea.
I think that often we have Muslim guests in the chat, and they say, I don't want to come on because I'm not experienced. They don't feel like they're qualified to defend it. But like, if you have comments on ritualistic practices, we can sort of lay down our weapons, and you can just talk about what the customs and habits are. But I've already gotten some. First of all, we have a guest lined up, and second of all, I've gotten some messages from someone saying that during when women are menstruating, they're considered ritually unclean, and therefore they not only are they not expected to, but they're not permitted to join in the festivities. And I was asking, well, can they eat right in front of people? Because that would be awesome, because if you can, and they said that you can eat all you want, but there's a sort of sequestered area where you eat away from the eyes of people who are hungry. But I think that would be hilarious, just like show them where it says it in the book, and just like eating a sandwich right in front of someone whose stomach is growling. But apparently that's not the way it works. But yeah, women not allowed to fast while they're on their period.
You can be wicked.
Yeah. Wouldn't you want to do that? Wouldn't you want to do that?
Nah.
I wonder if it applies to everything. Can they just smoke and blow it right in the face of someone who's really hankering for a cigarette? I want to know. We gotta rummage through those deeds. Okay, so our first guest is on. Oh, by the way, someone said that we're featured. We're the Gin and Tonic Show. We're a panel discussion show about Islam, the Middle East, and religion and politics and philosophy in general. If anyone wants to come on, just send a Skype contact request to the Gin and Tonic Show, and we'll bring you in when we're ready. Please don't call into the show. We'll call you when we're ready. Just send the contact request and type in what it is you'd like to discuss. We take almost everyone unless you're like a known troll. So, okay, here's Justin Kruger, and he wants to talk about militant activity in certain parts of the world. Justin, you with us? Can you hear me? Okay. Well, maybe he's getting some audio equipment. Did anyone have a comment while he's getting his stuff worked out? Oh, yeah, someone in the chat. Someone asked about secondary pilgrimages and a few other things. So they were asking that other than the Hajj, the big pilgrimage to Mecca, are there any secondary pilgrimages? First of all, there's a Hajj that's held as an event where within the season under which it's held, you know, people are going to make that one journey that they're supposed to make at least once in their lifetime if they have the health and the finances to do it. But you can also make pilgrimages to Mecca on your own initiative at other times, but it doesn't count towards your one required lifetime pilgrimage. You have to do it during when the season is on. So you can make a pilgrimage to Mecca and I think circle the Kaaba anytime you want. It just won't count. The other thing is there has been a history of certain areas being considered holy and pilgrimages being sort of spontaneously formed, but any Orthodox school essentially forbids these. I mean, you can still have holy sites, but the act of pilgrimages that are sort of, I mean, let's face it, pragmatism drove a lot of it. You know, as the Arabo-Persian Empire spread its borders, and you're in, Morocco, going all the way to, the Arab Peninsula was one hell of a journey. So people would, want to show their dedication, someplace a little bit more local. But there was actually a radical group formed, according to tradition, as a breakaway component of Ali, son of Muhammad's army, and they were called the Kharijites. And they were very dogmatic and very violent, and what they were so outraged at what they considered the blasphemous practice of these other secondary pilgrimages to local sites that they would actually wait by the roadsides and massacre pilgrims because they figured these are just heretics. And so they weren't very nice people. And that's basically the history of it. It's people forming up these spontaneous little shrines or designating places that were admittedly considered sacred sites by the mainstream, but then you have the government and religious authorities constantly cracking down on them because they wanted people to be focused only on the pilgrimage to Mecca. So, Justin, are you with us? If you can't, respond this time, I'm going to have to remove you until you get your sound equipment ready.
Yes, I'd just like to say to Stopspamming.
Go ahead.
I think it's...
Go for it.
It's absolutely pathetic that you have put your tail between your legs and fled to Germany and turned your back on the country that harbored you for all those years. You're no better than the cowards who also fled to England. Have you no sense of patriotism? I concede that there are some problems in this country, but we should work together to find a solution and not just...
Yeah, you can't laugh if you're going to troll. You got to do it.
That is a very unconvincing accent.
I don't even know where he's trying to pretend to be from. Thanks, Oliver. Did you have a serious question before I kick you off?
I don't consider it a laughing matter. I think it's a disgrace that...
This is the accent from Robben Island. They have a special accent there.
Oh, is it? Okay, well, take care, and
Okay, I just wanted to add something though. Because with the prayer and the Hajj and all that, you need to appreciate that a Muslim has an account in heaven. And depending on what he does, how many times he prays, and the sincerity of his prayer, every action, every good deed, every bad deed is recorded by an angel and then is added or deducted from his account. So the Hajj during the season gives you more points, and the one outside of the season also gives you points, but not quite as many. And the thing is that you need to have certain requirements, and if you meet those, then you get the full points. And the circumambulation of the Kaaba, actually, because I saw this question come up on the book, yes, it is a leftover from the days when the Kaaba in Mecca was the central market, and the stone was still in one piece in those days. And this was some representative god or representative of a god, and they just maintained and kept it.
Isn't there, this sounds really vaguely familiar, isn't there one night during Ramadan where it's like triple prizes or something? Does that sound familiar?
No, this I don't know.
I'll tell you where I got it from. Do you remember about a year or two ago, the guys from my era were on Peace TV doing a fundraiser during Ramadan, and I phoned in and trolled them, and I seem to remember them sitting there saying they had a name for this night, and they were saying like
it's the Night of Power, Laylatul Qadr.
Yeah, Night of Power, and he was saying something like, all your rewards are doubled or tripled or something during that time. Is that right? 'Cause that's what he was saying, I'm pretty sure he was.
Was that like Scrabble?
It's like a game show, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know?
It is, yeah.
That's what it is. And it's like, 999 people in every 1,000 will go to hell. But for those lucky few with the highest prizes, this is what you could win. And you get to win this really good prize that lasts forever and ever. But, if you don't build up your prizes, then you're going to be one of the losers. I mean, if Hajj is that important, I can only assume that humans won't really travel far through space. Will we colonize other planets? Will our technology advance sufficiently to make us live on faraway planets? Because presumably at some point we'd have spread so far that it would be impossible for a descendant of a human to make it back to the Hajj within their own lifetime. So
yeah, exactly.
I was just thinking of space.
We're just getting some information that's on the point system, that you can find various hadiths where it actually confirms this, and it actually gives you a number as a multiplication factor if you do whatever on this day and this and this and this. So it's I find it quite hilarious that you are graded, and then depending on what you do, exactly what you are saying, depending on the game show, if you say it within 5 seconds or something, you get double points, and if it's this and this, and if you can recognize it, then you get double points. And then at the end of the day, what is it that you actually get from how many points? Is that like free miles, that if you fly to London 5 times on first class, you get a free trip to, I don't know, Comores or whatever? What is it that you get? Is that associated with the 3 different types of heaven? Nobody knows.
There are supposed to be ranks in heaven, aren't there, or something? There's different levels in heaven.
Yeah, there's 3 of them. There's economy, business, and first class. And the thing is that you don't really get to know which one is close. I mean, Allah is supposed to be everywhere, but the higher you get, the closer you are. I don't know how that works, but somebody must be able to work it out.
Well, I don't think they would want you to know your points. Otherwise, you'd earn just enough to get into the class that you wanted, and then you'd just stop doing stuff.
One of the higher levels actually sounds like a sexually transmitted disease. It's called something like genital fidraus.
What? Fidraus? I've never heard of that.
It's something like genital fidraus or something like that. It says like genital fidraus or something. Again, this was from the IERA show, and I forgot what his name is. He's the Irish guy with the beard. And he's going, oh, please donate, please donate. Allah, please bless them with genital fidraus.
But isn't that Green himself?
No, it was not Yusuf Estes. Yusuf Chambers. That was the guy. Yusuf Chambers. I don't know if you've heard of him. He's one of the Ira gang. You know, he promises people genital fidraus and red camels. And Hamza explains the Higgs boson.
But philosophically only. Listen, guys, aren't there any Muslims who can share their stories? What does Ramadan actually mean?
Despite what I said earlier, I think that they would have been right to just leave in anger by this point. I mean, what is firdaus? I know genital is the dative or genitive of heaven or heavenly, right? It's like something of heaven, but what is firdaus? Nobody knows. Well, anyway. Someone sent a hadith from Bukhari. It says, Allah's apostle said, one prayer in my mosque, the one in Medina, is better than 1,000 prayers in any other mosque, except the mosque in Mecca, the Al-Masjid al-Haram. There we go. We have another guest lined up. He's, what's to be called Godless Liberty, and he has a question about, I didn't read it, claims Muslim organization makes about conversion numbers.
While we wait for that connection, I've just looked it up. It's Jannat al-Firdaus. The Prophet arrived at the seventh paradise, whose roof touches the heavenly throne, and whose name is Jannat al-Firdaus.
Oh.
So, and that's after a travel of 500,000 light years, apparently.
500,000 or 50,000?
Well, it depends on whether we're talking about our day or a day in the eyes of Allah, I suppose.
So wait, it does actually establish a physical distance between the lowest heaven and the earth?
Well, there are some hadiths, aren't there, that say stuff about mountain goats and things, and how far the distances are between the different heavens, and one of them is something like 500,000 years or something. But of course, this page that I'm reading now is 500,000 light years, which they've obviously put in to try to make it sound more scientific. But considering how wide the universe is, that's really pretty close. There are galaxies further away than that.
The base is different. The base comes from the fact that angels are made out of light, and angels travel to heaven either in what is 1,000 or 50,000 years for a human. This is what the basis for the whole calculation is.
Well, I always see. I didn't know if it was supposed to be like I don't know if many modern Muslims who go with this story, do they think it's a literal distance and a literal physical location? It seems like it's hard. I imagined a scenario, and I'm not trying to be cheeky about this, but I imagined a scenario like you got the buraq, the flying donkey with the peacock's tail, and he gets on it, and he's like, hold on, Muhammad. And then he just starts running until he hits 88 miles per hour, and then the flux capacitor activates, and then you just see these, like a trail of burning hooves of blue fire, and then he just disappears, and then he reappears in heaven. I figured some kind of a trans.
You have a vivid imagination. I'm just trying to picture the peacock tail igniting like it does in Back to the Future. Does it lay 4 tracks and not 2?
I think.
Excellent.
I don't think that's really a good analogy, though, because in Back to the Future, the inventor of the time-traveling device owned a dog.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, what's up with godless
yeah.
liberty?
Let's actually pay attention to our caller if we're done screwing around. Welcome to the show, Godless Liberty. What do you have for us today? Oh, wait, I already announced your topic, so just go for it.
Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
All right. Been watching this channel called Huda when I was over in the Middle East, and they like to talk about all the conversions happening in America and in the West. However, I have seen also presentations from CARE, an Islamic organization in America, and then even a clip that the Rationalizer had on one of his videos of IRA saying that like conversions and then apostasy of these converts is a huge problem. I'm wondering if what was the panel's opinion on these rates of conversions? Are they really happening the way that some of these organizations, say or don't say?
No, I don't
Yeah,
think so.
I think the IERA people, they said 90%, was it, of Americans that become Muslims apostatize within a year. Do you remember the exact, what they said?
It was
high. It was very high, but they kind of were indicating that, or I think they were trying to send the message that, America has this problem, but they in Britain are having much greater successes than their American Muslim counterparts.
It was still well over 50% in the UK as well, wasn't it?
Yeah.
They're trying to, the figures might not be very trustworthy though, because they've got one line of charity work that is support for new Muslims. So when people take the Shahada, they free of charge, they get to stay at some retreat somewhere for a number of days, and people there answer any questions of any doubts they've got, teach them how to do stuff, tell them how to deal with certain problems, and so on. And apparently this helps to decrease the rate of apostasy. So part of their collection is based on the fact that they want to convince people that a lot of people are apostatizing, so that they can raise money to stop it from happening so often. So, you have to take their figures with a pinch of salt. The thing is I think if you're gonna accept a religion like that, a lot of people don't really research stuff, do they? They say they had a problem believing in the Trinity concept in Christianity. They talk to a Muslim friend, he explains how Islam says that's not true. The rest is, but that was changed. And then they say, oh, that makes more sense. And then they hear a few other things that they like, and then the person says, well, you're a Muslim now. And, oh, yeah, I think I am. And, they some people do convert on a whim. And people who convert on a whim are going to deconvert on a whim.
Yeah.
If people are going to just make stupid decisions, and I'm not saying that, even though it's my personal opinion that it's incorrect to say that Islam is true, I'm not saying that choosing Islam is the stupid decision. What I'm saying is, in general, if they're going to go around making stupid decisions, i.e. agreeing to stuff before they've even looked into it, then they're going to switch to something else. They're going to follow the Family Guy religion of worshipping the Fonz off Happy Days or something. They're just going to switch around. They'll be doing Scientology in a couple of years, and they're going to be all over the place. So yeah, you pick people up easy, then they disappear. So,
but is there any published research that you're aware of that's like objective on this matter? Because on Huda you'll see your friend Yusuf Estes talk about it all the time.
I think you're going to have a hard time finding such research because, like I said, I think all of us are a bit slow to believe anything they say at face value, and I don't think anyone else would go to the bother of looking into it. I've really, from my experience, it really matches what Rationalizer was talking about, and that is the only people who I've known who have converted or considered converting are the people who are, a Buddhist this week, a Muslim the next week, the following week they're, practicing Judaism, and then the fourth they're doing Santeria, Catholic voodoo from the Caribbean, that kind of person. Because, let's face it, it's a very uphill battle, converting people in this way. Obviously, skeptics are going to say, well, not even skeptics like us. I mean, just an ordinary person who's irreligious. It's a very tough sell once they get a whiff of some of the miracle claims and so forth. They're going to say, well, that doesn't pass the sniff test. Obviously, with Christians, with the increasing tension between Christianity and Islam, they treat it more like it's a team sport. So it's very difficult when people say, okay, well, you're a traitor if you go over to the other side. I think that given the fact that neither of these two faith narratives rely very much on actual hard evidence. It's basically either cultural pressure will keep you in your team, or a desire to rebel will cause you to defect. But again, if you're that kind of a person, then you might be very flighty and not stay there for very long. I mean, I could count on one hand the number of people I've known who have even considered that kind of thing, or and you don't see, you just don't see it. You just don't see it. I know that's anecdotal evidence, but you just don't see it. And frankly, I don't know if anyone ever watches It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, but there's this one where Danny DeVito goes broke, and he goes around trying to sell knives, and the knives just won't cut, and then he cuts himself, and it's just this terrible display of a product, that first doesn't function and then backfires. And I think that, to me, that's what the sales pitch of a lot of these Muslim dawah and outreach groups looks like. It's very clumsy, and I can't imagine who would respond well to it. I don't. Go ahead, stop.
Sorry. Look at the opposite. I mean, I don't know if people have seen this video. I don't even know where it comes from. It's said that it comes from Muslims, where it says "Save Maryam," where they are claiming that in Indonesia they are losing 2 million every year. Now, I don't believe that either, because it's out of the blue. Somebody makes a video and makes claims and puts numbers in front of people which are, you cannot substantiate them. There is no way that you could actually check this. So it's the same as what Adam, Dean, and Hamza thought. What they love doing is they love saying that the rape figures in the USA are so high. No, you cannot prove it. There are different standards how they are counted. The same goes for apostasy. The same goes for conversions. These are totally, completely unreliable. It's anecdotal. Either you like it or you don't, but you can't prove them.
Well, that and in the Muslim countries, they don't do the kind of research that the West allows to be done on those kinds of issues. And even what was happening in Indonesia with the Save Miriam, I remember when I was in Egypt, the Salafists went crazy over a rumor about a Coptic woman having converted, but then was being held hostage by her church or something, and it was just crazy. And then they come out with all these stories that X number of Christians every year in Egypt will convert to Islam, and I'm like, where do they get this? And even Muslim friends of mine in America throw out these numbers to me, and they don't know where they get them. And I'm like, I wondered if you guys knew at all, because I would like to be able to counter with like hard data.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes my motto is a baseless assertion only merits a baseless refutation. And if someone says, thousands of people are converting to Islam, I mean, frankly, from my perspective, I just say, I don't buy it. I don't see it. I don't believe it. I can't imagine the mentality of someone who would. What's funny is like there's a story in the Bible. Jesus, without performing, it's not one of the events where he performs a miracle. There's some people where like he goes and he says, okay, well, cast your net, and then he has the thum, and he does animal allegiance and tells the fish to just jump into the net, and then they're so impressed by this miracle they follow him. But there's this one story where Jesus finds these two guys. He says, hey, you, follow me, and they just do it. And I can't imagine who's that credulous. I can't imagine who would, like Rash was saying, even if a religion were true, if someone was shown the evidence that these folks are showing and they make their decision based on that, there's got to be something a little bit wrong with them.
They're too easily led, aren't they? And you can just see, he takes them, you follow me, and they all start following. But then in the background, someone shouts, no, follow the gourd.
Yeah, exactly. I always thought that the life of Brian was meant to be a parody of Jesus, but had so much more in common with an inadvertent parody of Muhammad. But yeah, they're not true. Let's face it. I'm calling it now. They're not. Those figures are not accurate. Like I said, ordinary people, or ordinary non-religious people, it's going to be a hard sell because when you're not religious, the supernatural stuff tends to turn you off. And if you are religious, then typically most religious people are team players, and they don't want to go over to another team and be considered a turncoat. So I really don't think that they're going to recruit anyone who isn't sort of very flighty and won't just flutter into in one window and out the other. Rash, you were going to say something?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I've heard similar figures. Every year, 6 million Africans leave Islam to become Christians. And, you look for the source of such a claim, and you typically find it will come from somewhere like Al Jazeera, and then, it will be written in Arabic. So then you have to use Google Translate or something to get the gist of what it's saying. And, I can't help but think this is like hysteria put out by people like Al Jazeera and people with a vested interest as well, just to say to people, look, we've got to be careful because there's terrible things happening and we've got to address it. So, I see something saying that 6 million Africans are leaving Islam every year, and I can't even imagine that. I can't imagine 6 million Africans leaving a religion in a year. It just boggles my mind, that does. I wonder, actually, you always hear Islam is the fastest growing religion in the world. I wonder, do they offset the number of new Muslims by the number of the percentage that apostatise? Or do they just say, oh, we had this many new Muslims this year, we're the fastest growing religion, but then they forget to take off the deficit of 90%?
That's what Scientology does. But isn't there this organization, this Pew organization that counts Catholics?
I don't know what all data they collect.
Yeah, but this is the whole point. This is people just saying I'm Catholic because the guy next to them said I'm Catholic, and if they say no, I'm not Catholic, they know that they're going to get viewed as an atheist of all things. And then in America, you don't do that. So they just say yeah, I'm a Catholic, just for the hell of it. Who's going to check him? So I think, to answer your question, godless liberty, I don't think any one of those numbers is substantiated by any facts.
I was talking to someone. I was talking to a Muslim, and I mentioned I mentioned the thing about in the Ramadan. There's this thing where these creatures, they're called Vonners. I've mentioned this on the show. I think just even this last show that I was on. There's these creatures called Vonners, and they're ape men, just like Planet of the Apes, but they're really strong and agile and have magic. Anyway, standing around, and they say, well, we need to get to the island of the Demon King. And then they say, well, but it's across the ocean, and it's 900 miles. And so they say, well, how far can you jump? How far can you jump? And one of them could jump over 900 miles. So he gets a running start, and he jumps over. And anyway, so this Muslim guy is like, where's your proof of that? And I said, no, my friend, I don't believe that happened. That's just what the story says. I'm just relating the story. And he said, well, that's silly. And then he started on a little bit of a tangent like, yeah, well, what do you expect from Hindus? That's the kind of stuff that they believe. It's so ridiculous. And I said, yeah, that's such a dumb way to cross an ocean. He should have, gone on the back of a flying donkey. And that really pissed him off. He wouldn't talk to me for a while. And, I just blurted it out because it's the first thing I thought of. But, I mean, it's amazing how that didn't seem silly to him at all. And then I mentioned that conversation to a Christian acquaintance of mine. And he, of course, said, oh, yeah, well, jumping monkeys and flying donkeys, what do you expect from people who don't follow blah, blah, blah Christianity, because he thinks that that's the only true faith. And I said, yeah, their magic donkey is much sillier than your magic donkey. And he said, what are you talking about? I said, the talking donkey from the book of Numbers. And at first he wouldn't believe me. And he's like, that's stupid. We would never have anything. And then I showed him, look, there's a talking donkey right here in the book of Numbers. And he says, well, all things are possible with the Lord. And then that was it. And, if I were to find a Hindu, a devout Hindu, and tell them the story of the talking donkey from the book of Numbers, they'd probably hold it up to ridicule too. So you'd have three different people forming this trifecta of mutual disdain and ridicule, because everybody finds everybody else's religion, the miraculous things and the psychedelic things, to be bizarre. And then when you're not religious at all, it all seems equally bizarre, but people can't understand. It's amazing, not just the doublethink in terms of thinking your talking donkey and talking snake are perfectly serious, but someone else's magic donkey is silly. not just that double think, but then the additional layer of sort of triple think, where you say, well, you have to choose at least one magic donkey. If you don't believe in some sort of magic donkey or a scripture that talks about a magic donkey, where do you get your morals from? It's amazing. So anyway, the point is, I really doubt that these conversion rates are accurate, just because people are very stubborn, and I can't imagine people who aren't prone to believe in miracles and supernatural things just saying, oh, that sounds reasonable, and people who are prone usually have the horse that they're already betting on, and it's very difficult to dislodge them. And nobody can tell you that better than atheists who are trying to convince these people to view things a little bit differently. So did you have another question before we let you go? I think we had another guest lined up, and I think they got tired of waiting, but did you have something else?
I can just say that I deal with these issues on a daily basis. It affects me, at every level, and you guys are a big help in making sense of all this. And I've been overseas, and I haven't been able to, no good connections for Skype, but I've seen all your shows overseas. Now I'm back stateside. I'm glad I was able to finally call in. So yeah, thank you.
Well, thank you.
Thank you. Brilliant.
Okay. Anyone else have another comment? Let's see if we.
I was reading a book called Paradox by Jim Al-Khalili recently, and I particularly liked these diagrams. The top one is the universe according to Ptolemy, where the Earth is the centre of the universe, and then you've got Mercury, Venus, the Moon, the Sun, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, so that's 7 heavenly bodies, and then the stars, all at an equal distance, which was later replaced by Copernicus's model, which just put the Sun in the centre of the solar system, but still had all of the stars at a fixed distance. And it wasn't until later that someone came up with the idea that stars are all very far away, not the same distance. And as you look at something like this, it puts into perspective, is it 67:5, I think, that says shooting stars are flames thrown down to shoot down jinn, and that stars are guardians. So, it's quite clearly talking about stars being close enough to shoot fire at jinn who try to listen to Holy Scripture being revealed. And it perfectly matches, the Quran perfectly matches this top one, where, one day the moon will crash into the sun to cause the end of time for the entire universe. Stars are close enough to shoot down jinn, and so on.
You've mentioned the stars being sent to shoot down jinn, and then the jinn are supposed. The reason they're being shot down is that the jinn are sort of playing a game of buck, and they're getting on each other's shoulders. And every time you mention that, I always get this mental image of like a kind of flash game or a Facebook game where it's a little bit like Tower Defense or Angry Birds or something. If someone's good at programming, make that game where you have the jinn shooting, stacking up, trying to hear the secrets from heaven, and then you have to shoot them down with shooting stars. I mean, Angry Birds is a big hit. It could make you a millionaire if it's good.
Did you ever see a game called Missile Defense?
I think so.
Yeah, it was just lots of missiles coming down. You had to shoot them.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm picturing. Just these little lines coming down, and like the jinn have got to avoid all of these these shooting stars coming. But if you want to make the game realistic, though, it wouldn't be very difficult to play. The jinn would just climb on each other's shoulders and say, "Don't worry, nearest star is 4 light years away. We've got a bit of time to get out of the way. However, heaven is 500,000 light years away, and sound doesn't travel through a vacuum, so we're not going to hear anything anyway." That'd be kind of a crap game if you made it realistic,
Yeah. Well, yeah, you should make that game. Call it Angry Jinn, and you make millions. You make millions. Yeah, I don't know what those guys are upset about. When do we ever poke fun? I mean, come on, it's hard not to. It's hard not to. You got to give us a break. Anyway, we had one caller lined up, but they had to go. Someone wrote in the chat, "This isn't funny." I am disturbed. I don't know where they're coming from. I don't know if they're seriously being facetious. But also, if you want to call into the show, we're still taking callers. Also, if you want to message and ask me a question to answer online, you don't have to come on if you're shy or if you're an opposing point of view and you don't want to get beaten up by the three of us. We're reasonable at that kind of thing. Also, we keep our eyes peeled on the Blog TV chat so people can ask questions live. You don't have to come on, although we certainly do appreciate when people come on, especially if you're a Muslim caller and you call in for any point, because we realize it takes courage to come in when you have three skeptics and you're the only person. So we try not to just beat up on people. So okay, so what else do you guys have? Stop or Rash?
Okay, I have a question. Does anybody know 5822? No. 5822 says there is no person believing in a God and the last day who is able to love any other family member who is not a believer. I'm paraphrasing, okay? I'm not reading the whole thing out now, but that's what it says. So there is nobody who believes in a God and the last day who can possibly love their own child or father or mother or brother or anything like that. And for me, I don't understand this. I don't understand what this sentence says, because my mother believes in a God in the last day, and, well, I'm the son, so she loves me, so I don't understand how this is possible. Now, I've asked this on a forum, and there is nobody that can come up with an answer. And this is why I was wondering if anybody has heard of this to see, am I making a mistake? What does this and what can this mean?
It's the no true Scotsman fallacy, isn't it? No one who genuinely believes in Allah and the last day could possibly love someone who does not. And if they do, they don't genuinely love Allah and believe in the last day. So, your mom's a fraud.
Yeah. How's it plagiarized from Jesus?
I don't know what the link is with Jesus.
Someone asked in the chat a long time ago, let me see if I remember how they worded the question. They said, why do Muslims believe that Jesus existed but don't believe what he said? Well, the issue is they don't think that... actually, it reminds me of a quote by Yogi Berra. People were asking him about all these quotes and weird quips and bizarre sayings he had, and he said to this reporter, I didn't really say everything that I said. And what they think he meant to say is not every quote attributed to him was accurate. But anyway, according to Islam, Jesus really didn't say everything that he said. That is, the New Testament doesn't contain his perfectly accurate statements and positions, and that the... basically, they say that he never claimed to be the Son of God, and he never claimed to be God or anything like that, but that he was a prophet. That a little bit like just like the various saints, various Islamic saints, and like I mentioned before, people would start pilgrimages to their tombs, and then conservatives would crack down on them, and extremists would actually commit violence against them. But it's the same thing. They thought that this was a prophet that people had built a cult around, which is what they likely considered Christianity to be. They just took one person, misconstrued his words, and that there were some sort of unscrupulous people who were using the name of the Islamic prophet Jesus for their own benefit and gain, and twisting his words and his testimony and so forth. So.
Nadir is on Skype.
Oh, okay.
He's apparently having trouble calling in. So
I just noticed the. I'll just. Ready? I'm asking who's ready.
But please, guys, just remember, let us react to a claim, not the other way around. Okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
That's fine.
You know, you often ask people about Islamic states, and the answer is always that there is no proper Islamic state, which is a bit of a failure after 1400 years. Well, I don't think we're going to have to wait long, because Ken Livingstone, who is the ex-mayor of London, has said that he will make London a beacon of Islam.
Excellent.
I mean, this was back in March. So it isn't new news.
But Tower Hamlets. Tower Hamlets is going to be a big lighthouse.
So he said he wants to educate the mass of Londoners in Islam. He said that will help to cement our city as a beacon that demonstrates the meaning of the words of the Prophet. He praised the Prophet's last sermon, telling his audience, "I want to spend the next 4 years making sure that every non-Muslim in London knows and understands its words and message."
But not even Muslims understand it.
Okay, that's all fine and good. Nadir Ahmed, welcome back to the program. It's been, I don't know, when was the last time we were on?
I don't know, it was a long time ago.
Yeah, it was. Okay. Well, anyway, thank you again for joining us. You don't need to explain. I'm sure that something came up. Life, real life comes first. So we're just glad that you were able to join us for the last half of the show. And you're here again. I guess you and the Rationalizer have challenged each other over science and the Quran.
No, I actually have not ever talked to him, at least not that I know of.
Okay.
But I remember the last time I was on the show, and I don't remember who it was, but we had an agreement to debate the scientific miracles of the Quran.
Uh-huh.
And that never came through. It's like nobody wants to come forward. Do you know why that is?
I don't know. I mean, I think that the other people, Stomp and Klingshore said that they got messages from you. I didn't. You probably didn't know my YouTube, where to reach me on YouTube, because I'm not the Gin and Tonic Show on YouTube all the time. I rarely check the Gin and Tonic Show email. But anyway, you're here now, so. But yeah, it was, so Rationalizer, Rationalizer apparently watched the show that you were on, and he's like, yeah, I want to get a piece of that action, so he's.
No, I haven't. No, I haven't actually watched it. I haven't
Really?
watched. No, I haven't watched it.
Oh, I thought that's how it went down.
No, I thought I'd be arrogant.
Okay. Well, anyway, so Rash, why don't you kick it off with the questions, or Nadir, if you want to start, because obviously you're still interested in discussing.
Nadir, we have communicated briefly. We corresponded on my YouTube channel. This is the Truth Uncut. That was me. Where you were asking if you could come on the show and talk about science and how science in the Quran and Hadith, how statements in the Quran and Hadith correlate to science and so on. So I just said, well, we'll do it on the Gin and Tonic Show rather than personally. So, yeah, fire away and just, let us know what your thoughts are.
Okay, well, yeah, and I might be getting confused on who I'm talking to here. But yeah, here's what I'm looking for, okay? And according to the evidences which I have seen, and not just myself, but many, the evidences from the Quran and Hadith, there's so many statements which agree with modern science, prophecies which are fulfilled. And I think, Rationalizer, what we need is for us to have like a debate, where we can have an equal amount of time where we could discuss these things. And I don't know if would you be interested in doing that? Because I can't find anybody willing to come forward from your side.
The thing is you don't really, debates don't determine the truth. What debates do is they play for an audience, and it's usually the case that the people that arrived with one opinion go home with the same opinion. They both go back saying, "Oh, I won," and so on. And it's all about being the winner and not being right. So I think debates are pretty useless. Just, what I'd propose we do is, if you want to make a claim, then what we can do is we can analyse it. We can say, if this is true, what are the implications? What should we expect to see? What should we not expect to see? How can we falsify it? How can we show it's true? And so on and so on. And then basically see what conclusion we can come to from that.
Yeah, that's fine. Maybe debate might not have been the best word. What about a discussion where we could talk 3 minutes each. You know, like, or something like that, going back and forth. I can lay out my evidences, and then you guys can defend or attack my evidences or whatever.
Well, yeah, I mean, but rather than have a format, I mean, we can just have a casual conversation. If you want to start, if, for example, you started a 3-minute statement with all elephants are pink, Nelly was an elephant, therefore Nelly was pink, and then you went on for another 2 minutes and 50 seconds, then at the end of that, I've got to come back and say, right, okay, let's go back to the first 4 seconds of what you said. And it just takes so long, whereas if at each point we say, right, okay, what do you mean by that? Can you elaborate on the meaning of this? Then we can progress, and we can all be 100% clear as to exactly what you mean by your claims and what your claims are. I mean, you know, if you're saying something and we agree, then we'll just sit here and say, yeah, okay. And then if you get to a point where you say all elephants are pink, we'll say, hang on a minute, where did you get that information that all elephants are pink? And we'll stop there for a bit, we'll discuss it, and then we'll move on.
Mm-hmm.
So,
well,
I'm quite interested, actually. Was it this information that made you decide to become a Muslim, or were you a Muslim and then you looked and found this information?
Well, actually, when I was around 22, I'm 40 now, but I questioned, well, what makes Islam true? Anybody can just write a book and claim it's from God. And when I looked at the evidences, which I was just talking about, the scientific evidence, the prophecies, that made it clear that this book could not have been written by man. It had to have been a supernatural source. But it's just not that. Also, I've shared this information with others, and many see it the same way I do and have converted to Islam. And so what I want to do, and now I'm going through the websites, I'm looking at some of the things you're saying. I'm like, okay, wait a second. If what you're saying is true, then we should have some kind of discussion where you present your evidences, I'll present my refutations to that, and somehow, some way we should record this so people can listen to that. And that's kind of what I'm here on the show to do, to challenge you guys. Now, it doesn't have to be a debate, it doesn't have to be something formal, but to challenge you to defend the statements which are the Quran science evidence.
Yeah, I mean, we're live now. We're live now. We are being recorded. It will be unedited. I'm sure that you already know what your arguments are. So, I mean, feel free. Just go ahead. Tell me, let's start with what you think is the most compelling argument for your belief.
Okay, how long do we have on the show? Just wondering.
Well, we have about an hour left, but we can go into overtime when we usually do. I remember the first show we ever did was supposed to be just a test, and it went on for, I think, 4 hours.
We can? All right.
Yeah, go for it. Go for the gusto. Also, again,
okay.
Sometimes when we
all
have
right,
Muslim...
well, then let's do it then.
Okay. I'm sorry, I don't know if there's a delay.
Okay,
I'm not intentionally talking over you, just so you know.
I'm sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Am I breaking up, or?
I think there might be a little bit of lag, or otherwise we have a habit of starting.
I'm sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, you guys are kind of breaking up a little bit. Just give me 1 second. I'm going to close everything down on my computer just to make sure I got all my resources here. Let's see. No, okay. All right, that's good. All right. Well, the first thing I would ask the Rationalizer to do is to first be educated on the topic. Because if you go to my website, examinethetruth.com, you will see I address this issue where when someone asks you what is the greatest or the most, or the most convincing evidence, I've put that on my website, and I've already answered that. And my answer is nothing. If you look at the individual statements, whether it's from the Quran or whether it's a statement which agrees as modern science or a prophecy, the individual statement you can look at and say, well, okay, yeah, he got it, he got it right, but a human being can do that. That's not where the miracle is. The miracle is consistently making these kinds of statements, consistently prophesizing over and over and over again, and it's coming right, and you now cannot pass that off as a coincidence. You cannot pass it off as, well, maybe, he got lucky. So that's the answer to your question. It is in the repetition of these statements, which is amazing.
Okay, well let's get started. Let's go.
Sorry, I had my microphone muted. I was just saying, it's not a claim, as in, here's one piece of evidence, here you go, this is really, really impressive. What your argument seems to be, correct me if I'm wrong, is that there are so many items in this religion that are scientifically accurate that they couldn't be right through chance alone. Is that fair?
Yes. If it was just one or two, we could pass it off as chance, but not the amount we are dealing with.
Okay, so your hypothesis is then that this religion was divinely inspired by an entity that knows everything and has relayed it to an individual, and it's been accurately reproduced, so we have an accurate account of what that information is. Is that right?
That's the best explanation of the facts. Anything else is... there is no other explanation. Any other explanation is absurd, yes.
So to take this hypothesis to the next stage, where we will evaluate data, what we can do then is we can say, if our hypothesis is correct, what we should see is this is consistently the case, and because this is an all-knowing, infallible entity, we shouldn't be able to find a single case where this appears to be incorrect.
Yes, absolutely right. In fact, I got a section on my website which deals with the alleged scientific evidence claims. I've listened to your tapes. I've also went through the internet. I've looked at these so-called claims for scientific evidence. For scientific errors, and they're quite laughable. So I would love to also discuss that as well. It's very important to talk about that as well. But one thing I would ask from you guys is I can only debate one topic at a time. Either we discuss the supernatural evidences for Islam, or we can debate and discuss the alleged claims or scientific errors. I'll leave that up to you to decide, whichever topic.
We wouldn't have it any other way. We wouldn't have it any other way. I personally agree completely that we should go one topic at a time, and then in terms of, if we discuss science, then one individual claim at a time until both parties are equally satisfied or equally dissatisfied, and we agree to disagree. I wouldn't have it any other way. Rash?
Yeah, let's go with the scientific stuff then, because we with certain topics, we're pretty confident what the evidence says reality is regarding the scientific evidence. So, what are we talking, Quran only or Quran and Hadith?
Quran and Hadith.
Right, okay. So the hypothesis is then divine entity, knows everything, 100% accuracy in relay, everything should match science perfectly. Nothing should contradict science at all.
Absolutely. There's nothing in Islam which contradicts modern science. That's absolutely true.
That's great. Okay, right. Please go ahead and give me an example of a scientific fact that is clearly accurate, and obviously it can't possibly have any alternative meaning. I just want to point this out. If there's a claim for a miracle, if there is an alternative meaning which is more mundane, regardless of how improbable it is, will always be considered more probable than a supernatural origin. So, for example, if a Hindu came to me and said, "Look at this, it's a miracle piece of information," and I say, but someone on the opposite side of the planet knew that 10 years before, then it's more probable that this person discovered this information through natural means and not through a supernatural source. Would you agree with that statement?
Oh, I absolutely agree. I absolutely agree with you. In fact, I go one step further, and I actually document what could those other alternative explanations be. So if you go to my website, examinethetruth.com/proof, I've actually done the homework for you. As I said, I've already watched the videotapes. I've went through the internet and looked at those alleged claims for refutations of our scientific miracles. So yes, I agree with you 100%. Do you want me to go ahead and start?
Yeah, I think that we pretty much agreed on the terms, the format, and everything. So I'm very happy for you to present me with a scientific miracle in either Hadith or Quran.
Okay, well, the first one will be inside chapter 55, verse 19 through 20. So if you go to examinethetruth.com/proof, you can scroll down to it. And it says over here, it is he who has let loose the two seas meeting together. Between them is a barrier which none of them can transgress. Now, the question is here, what does science agree with this, that there is a barrier in the seas? And that's absolutely right. In fact, science calls this the picnic line. And I'm just going to quote from the barrier zones in the ocean by Emiliev, chapter 9. It says, in the seas where the picnic line there is a distinct feature, it is a barrier which prevents deep water from mixing with surface waters. Now, the question I have for you is, well, the choice of words used in the Quran, which agrees with modern science. Now, that in itself doesn't, as I made it very clear, doesn't make it a miracle, because, you know, we could pass it off as a coincidence. But if you see this happening over and over and over again, now that can't be a coincidence. So anyways, can you go ahead and answer that question which I posed to you?
Yeah, okay. So, first thing I suppose to do is if you define what you mean by a barrier.
The word there, Arabic word is barzakh, and it literally translates to barrier. And science is also saying, yes, there are barriers in the seas, which is a picnic line.
Okay, so am I correct then in if is your claim that there are two seas and between them there is some kind of barrier and the two seas, neither of them move across the barrier?
Okay, now when you talk about neither of them move across this barrier, the Quran doesn't go into that kind of specifics. But I don't think you answered my question. I asked the question, well, the choice of words used in the Quran. Now, again, that doesn't make it miraculous just by this one fact alone. But well, the choice of words used in the Quran, which agrees with modern science.
Well, we're still at the stage where we're trying to determine what the words are that were chosen. So my question is a barrier between two waters something that the water does transgress across the barrier into the other sea or doesn't?
Oh, I think. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Am I coming in?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought I might have a bad connection here. Yeah, as I mentioned on my website, what kind of barrier this is, whether it is this is the kind of barrier that is like a translucent or allows some kind of mixing, that's irrelevant. That is completely irrelevant to the to the issue which I'm bringing up. And you're saying that we are trying to determine what words are used there. I'm giving you the words. I'm going to give it to you again. The word for barrier in Arabic is barzakh. And what science today tells us is that, yes, there are barriers in the sea. Now, what kind of barriers, I think, is irrelevant. The issue here, which you cannot run away from here, is that, yes, a choice of words was used in the Quran, which does agree with modern science.
Okay, so I won't repeat the question on what the definition of the barrier is, whether it allows the transition of waters between or not. What I want to know is, what are these two waters? Which specifically two seas are these?
Okay, so you're asking what are these two seas, right?
Yeah, the Quran.
What kind of barrier? Okay.
No, the Quran says the two seas. So I want to know what the two seas are.
Yeah, no, that information is not given, and again, that is irrelevant. These are all irrelevant questions. to the topic. The issue here is that a choice of words was used in the Quran, which science agrees. And let me just read to you something else which science says on it. What kind of seas, or what are those two seas? I think is just irrelevant. And I think you need to at least accept here that yes, a choice of words was used in this situation. Let me just read to you what it says here. The picnic line is an invisible boundary. That's what the Maryland C. Grant College tells us. The picnic line is the boundary between layers of waters of different densities. Now, I could ask them, but you didn't define what are those waters? What are those seas? Of course, those are very, absurd questions to be asking the scientists. So my point here, and I'm ready to move on to the next point. I think it's clear that yes, the Quran did use a choice of words which agreed with science. So I'm ready to go on to the next issue.
Before we move on...
No, we're not going to move on. First thing I want to say is from the book that you quote, which talks about the barrier between the two seas, The Barrier Zones in the Ocean by E.M. Emelianov, Chapter 9, page 287. In the Baltic Sea and Fords, the Nordic seas, it is a barrier which prevents deep waters from mixing. That's what you quote on your website.
Yes.
Three pages later in the same book, it says, in seas such as the Baltic and Black Seas, the picnic line acts as a tight lid to cover and isolate deep waters. However, this lid is not capable of preventing water movement and component exchange. In the winter season, severe storms are responsible for cooling and mixing of the upper layers of water, with the result that the picnic line may disappear. In such periods, the water exchange across the barrier increases to values as large as 1 to 2 orders of magnitude. So this barrier that you're describing, that an all-powerful entity has created, seems to break if it gets a bit cold.
I guess you're asking me is why did the barrier break and why is it mixing? Is that what you're asking me?
No, an all-powerful being created a barrier between two waters and thought this was so good that he would mention it completely out of any kind of context whatsoever, even though the barrier is really rubbish, because as soon as it gets cold, the barrier breaks.
Okay, I think you're going back to the issue of, what type of barrier are we talking about? You're getting into the issue of the waters mixing. These are all irrelevant issues. I think due to the time frame that we are in, I want to move on very quickly. I've said all I wanted to say on this issue.
You can't just come on, make a claim, then tell me my answer's irrelevant, and then decide to move on. There's still some additional points. In the Quran 1860, apparently Moses will not cease until he reaches the junction of the two seas. I don't know if Moses was going swimming underwater in the Baltic Sea at the time, but the Quran says that he won't cease until he reaches them. In the next one, 1861, he did actually reach the junction, and at that point they forgot their fish. And then in 1862, they actually continued past the two waters. So it's a bit of a confusing phenomenon if we're actually talking about a barrier underneath the water between the Baltic and the Black Sea. If Moses went there, presumably underwater, because he went to the point of the junction of the two seas, which is underwater, they reached there but didn't have any fish, and then they carried on past it, which I presume would be further down under the ocean. If they're going to have to go down the ocean to meet the barrier, they'll have to continue going down through the ocean to pass it, wouldn't they?
Well, I just don't see what the information you're giving me, though it's interesting, I just don't see how it's relevant. And I would like to move on now to the next point. I said all I wanted to say on this topic. Okay, I think I've made my point, and if you feel like you've made your point, that's fine. I'd like to move on to the next issue where the Quran agrees with science.
That's fine. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. So let's jump very quickly to chapter 24, verse 40. Now, the Quran talked about the deep, dark seas over here. It gave two attributes. One of the attributes is if you were to stretch out your hand, you could hardly see it. And then another attribute is that there is no light. Okay. So once again, this could be a coincidence. The Quran made a statement which agrees with modern science. Science tells us today that at the very bottom of the sea, or once you reach, I can't say the bottom, once you reach a certain level, there is literally no light. And that was one of the attributes given to the deep, dark seas. So this is once again another statement which agrees with modern science.
So the phrase says, if he stretches out his hand, he can hardly see it, and that there is no light. Is that correct?
Well, these are two different attributes. One of the attributes is that if he stretches out his hand, he could hardly see it. And then another attribute is there is no light.
Yeah, that's fair enough. So, the word hardly obviously means not impossible, possible but difficult.
That is true.
Yeah, so, which means it is possible. However, when there is no light, as the verse says, it is impossible to see your hand. So at one point in the verse it's saying, you can hardly see your hand, therefore there is light. However, there is no light. So with your interpretation of this, the verse is actually saying two completely contradictory things and is opposed to what science says about the nature of light.
Oh, actually, no, it perfectly agrees with science, because we know that at the very bottom of the seas, where there is no light, there are such things as glowing animals, glowing fish, which will pass by every once in a while and give off light. So both attributes here are actually scientifically correct. So yes, there are times in the deep, dark sea where there's absolutely no light, and then every once in a while, a glowing fish might come by and emit some light.
Okay. Okay, I'm happy to move on at glowing fish. Thank you.
But I have actually, that was not my argument. Somebody from your show actually raised this very good point with me, and I didn't have an answer at that time. So that was actually something that I want to thank them for raising that issue with me. But now, once again, I'm going to ask you the question.
In that case, the Quran still does say there is no light. So, is there light or not? You can hardly see your hand because there's no light, but there is light, so you can see your hand. I mean, let's face it, the Quran doesn't say there is no light except for the odd glowing fish. It says there is no light. Hardly see your hand is no light. It doesn't make any exceptions. It says flat out there's no light. So if you're telling me that there are glowing fish at the bottom of the deepest oceans that emit light, then what you've just told me is the Quran is incorrect because it's not true that there is no light.
No, actually, that's not true. Both attributes are absolutely correct. There are times when, in the very deep, dark seas, where there is no light at all. Absolutely. In fact, there's some areas where maybe some glowing fish may not have even traveled. So you will always have that as a constant. So both attributes are absolutely correct. And I don't know. I think I might have a bad connection. Can you guys hear me? Okay.
Yeah, we can hear you. Are you having a real hard time hearing us?
Yeah, it sometimes comes out a little bit cut. But so the question I have, when the Quran said that there is no light at the bottom of the sea, did he use a choice of words which agrees with modern science? And once again, just like barriers, yes, the answer is yes.
No, I would disagree. I would say no. He didn't actually say anything about the bottom of the sea. He says that you can see your hand, and then says that Allah has appointed for him there is no light. Now, if your argument is, as long as I am really, really selective about which part of the sea I'm looking at and exactly what time of the day on exactly what date to ensure that there isn't a glowing fish there right at that moment, and I exclude all the other glowing fish in the entire ocean, then it's correct. I mean, if that's not a falsifiable statement. You know, I could claim elephants don't exist, look in my cupboard and say, as long as I'm looking in my cupboard exactly this date and time and nowhere else in the entire world, then there are no elephants. You know, it's an empirical fact. It's an empirical fact that if you're going to count glowing fish, there is light at the bottom of the ocean, right? You can't say, I exclude all glowing fish except at this one point when there's no light, but then when I want to prove that you can see something because there is light, then I'll completely change it to another place and time where I am looking at a glowing fish. You're just flipping between two exact opposites in order to make 1 point for the one word, one sentence, and the opposite meaning for the other sentence. And I mean, you know, if that's not the biggest case of confirmation bias I've ever seen in my life, then I've never seen one ever.
Okay, well, then you're going to have to take that issue up with a scientist. Oh, by the way, can you tell me when I guess I'm not sure when you're finished talking because the video's coming in a little bit late. Are you finished talking?
Hang on a second. Have you got Blog TV open? The website.
I'm sorry. Right. Were you done talking? Because you're trying to be cutting out a little bit.
I can hear you. Have you got the website Blog TV open?
Oh, Blog TV? No, I don't.
Okay, it's a genuine lag then. Sorry. Go on, please continue.
Do we want to move on to the next one?
Okay, yeah.
Yep, go on. I'm happy to move on.
Both of these last two are wrong, unless you have a final comment, Nadir, before you bring on your next claim.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Could you repeat that?
Yeah, Atheismo just basically said, unless you've got another point to make on the darkness in the deep seas, then, you know, please continue.
Can I ask a quick question? Can I just ask a quick question?
Let me make the last point over here. See, your objection really is not for me, it's for the scientists. Because the scientists say exactly what I'm saying. And no one has ever stopped them and said, oh, wait a second, you're contradicting yourself. Let me just read to you what some of the scientists say here on my website. It says 600 feet below the Antarctic ice where no light can be found. NASA scientists made a startling discovery. And then scientists will also say, and then there are glowing fish which emit light. So my point here is that which I'm trying to prove is that the Quran agrees with modern science.
Yeah, but the thing is you're discussing the difference between
the subject of tonight's
sunlight. Yeah, but you know, you're quoting one scientist that's remarking to sunlight,
with it,
and then
right?
Ocean biologist that's talking about jellyfish, and then you're sticking them together and saying, oh, independently, these two people say something similar to what's said in the Quran. Well, you know, it's hardly a scientific miracle. You know, you can say lots of things like, you know, the Quran could say something really mundane, and I'd say, yeah, that's scientifically true, but it doesn't make it a miracle.
Can I ask a quick question? Who's still listening? Is anybody still here?
Yeah, we're waiting for your question.
Oh, okay. Nadia, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, great. Now, what you are saying is that the Quran agrees with science. What scientific publication are you quoting this from?
You can go to my website.
No, not your website. Here, now. You are quoting something now. You just read something. Where are you reading this?
You ready for me to talk?
Yeah, but I don't want you to refer. We can't all go to your website now. You just quoted something. What did you quote this from?
Okay. Well, I thought I was having a discussion with a rationalizer, but if I don't know who I'm talking to now. But let me finish what I'm saying. I want you, if you want an answer to your question, you go to my website and then you click on the link, and I then present to you the scientific articles, because I got, what I've done, I've embedded all the links for all the references which I'm quoting from. So the one which I'm quoting from about there, when the science says there is no light at the bottom of the sea, that's taken from an article, CNN's article on the NASA's discovery of life hidden 600 feet below the Antarctic ice.
So you're
that's
so you're not quoting an oceanographer, you are not quoting a scientist, you are not quoting NASA, you are quoting CNN, is that correct?
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Okay. Now, my question is, does the Quran say there is no light at the bottom of the sea?
That was one of the attributes given to the deep seas. There is no light. Yes, that was the attribute given to it.
Okay, it doesn't say under the Arctic. It doesn't say which sea. It doesn't specify anything. It just says there is no light at the bottom of any sea. Is that correct?
Well, there is a point, you have to understand, there is a point in the seas, not just the Antarctic, where if you go deep enough, there is no light. And once again, I think we're beating around the bush, and we have to, if we're honest, we have to accept, yes, once again, the Quran did use a choice of words, which agrees with modern science. And
okay,
so,
you're repeating that, but my question is, does it say any sea, there is no light at the bottom of any sea? So it's not specifying the Arctic, Antarctic, or whatever. It's just saying at the bottom of the ocean there is no light. Is that correct?
It does, yeah, of course. The actual name of the sea is not given, absolutely.
Okay, and there is no specification as to what the light is?
There's no what? Specification of what the light?
Yes, it doesn't say what kind of light. It doesn't say sunlight. It doesn't say volcanic light. It doesn't say bioluminescence. It doesn't say what kind of light. Is that correct?
No, you're right. And I think what we're doing now, we're just quibbling. I'm ready to move on to the next point. I've said all I want to say on this point. So because, there's we want to wrap up as much information as we can in a short period of time, I'm ready to move on to the next issue.
Nadir, I wanted to ask a question. And you said I can ask a question. I'm getting to my question. I just wanted to make sure that we are on the same page, that we're talking about the same thing. So what we have established is that there is no light, no matter what kind of light, never ever at the bottom of any ocean. Now, this is what your claim is. Is that correct?
Well, once you reach a level which is deep enough, yeah, absolutely, there is no light.
Okay. Now, what happens if today in 2012 I go to any ocean and I drop a torch into the water which is switched on and it sinks to 15 kilometers? That torch is going to be on and it's going to provide a light. Then at the bottom of the sea there is a light or not?
Right, but that's not an attribute of the sea. Okay, and so I think the example you gave simply doesn't prove anything, because when the Quran revealed this verse, it talked about the nature of the sea at that time when the Quran revealed it.
I just asked you what we are talking about, and you confirmed that there is no light whatsoever at the bottom of any sea, and you said that that is what the claim is, and I just showed you that your claim is wrong.
No, because you're not listening to me. Okay, I don't think you're listening to me, because that is not an attribute of that sea. The natural attribute is when the Quran was revealed, and the Quran spoke of the seas at that time. At that time, was there any light from what we know today from a scientific point of view? Absolutely no. So now you could, I guess you could hypothetically take a nuclear bomb and blow up the seas and just get rid of them completely. But I don't think that disproves what the Quran is saying, okay? So I'm ready to move on to the next point. In the same...
Sorry, let me just say, I'm happy for you to move on. Atheismo, we can't hear you. Your volume is really, really low. But Nadir, I just want to say that at the beginning we agreed that any non-supernatural explanation, no matter how improbable, is always more probable than the supernatural explanation. Would you agree that when in Islam you talk about light from Allah, you're not necessarily talking about photons, you're talking about spiritual guidance? Is that correct?
When it talks about the light of God?
Yeah, when you talk about light from Allah, you're not always you're not really literally talking about photons coming from the sun. You're talking about spiritual guidance. Anyone who is being spiritually guided by Allah is receiving light from Allah.
I would just say I don't know. I don't know what it means by that. I don't want to read into the Quran what's not there, and I don't think that type of information is given to us.
Yeah, I think it's a bit late for that.
Okay,
I think you've already done that.
Wait, so are you saying I've read science into the Quran?
Yeah, you're reading in an interpretation. You're reading in an interpretation and then saying, I'm not reading in an interpretation. I don't agree. How am I doing that? Could you show me? Well, you claim that it matches scientific evidence, which means you have read into the verse that it is a scientific statement.
I think you need to really concentrate on what I'm saying here. What I'm saying is a choice of words. That's all I'm saying. A choice of words were used in the Quran, which agrees with modern science. Modern science says there's barriers in the sea. The Quran uses the same word, that there is barriers in the sea. Modern science today tells us that there is no light at the bottom of the seas, and once you reach a certain level. The Quran uses the same choice of words. So that's what I'm claiming. And now, I'm not reading science into there, so let's move on to the next point. It also, inside that same verse, which I was quoting for you, which actually is found inside chapter 22, verse 40, it says over there, let me read it real quickly for you. It says, or is a likeness a darkness in the vast deep seas, overwhelmed with great waves, topped by great waves, topped by dark cloud. So what we see here is that the Quran is clearly talking about that there are internal waves, not just on the surface, but in the sea. So once again, within the same verse, it used a choice of words, which did agree with science.
Yeah, okay.
Testing. Okay.
The easy refutation to that is, if you genuinely agree that the more mundane explanation is more realistic, then we're not talking about waves on top of waves as a physical location, but as a time. If you sit on the beach for long enough, you'll see wave upon wave upon wave.
Okay, stop. Everybody stop. I've been trying to interrupt you guys forever, and they said that my mic wasn't working, so I just unplugged it and plugged it back in, because I'm a mechanical genius like that. Okay, I don't know, it's just some spontaneous software bug. I don't know what happened, but apparently I'm back to normal now. This is a rerun from last show, and I think that we're going around in circles, okay? So let's please allow Nadir to go on to his next point, okay?
Yeah, okay. Well, Nadir, before you go on to another point and then tell me my opinion's irrelevant and that I'm interpreting...
You're cutting really bad. I can't hear what you're saying.
Okay, how about this? Wait, stop, Rash. Nadir, if you can hear me, I'm going to refresh your connection by hanging up and then calling you again. So just hold silence. Okay, hopefully that'll fix it.
Sounds good.
I suspect he's still watching Blog TV, and this is where the debate comes.
He's not in the chat. And
oh, hi, I'm back.
Okay, great. Now testing. Can you hear us? Clear?
Oh wow, that's really good. Yeah.
Yeah, that just like with my mic, you just restart stuff, and it's magic. Okay.
Right. So using your same methodology, right? If Ptolemy had been correct all those years ago, and the Earth was the centre of the universe, and the Earth was, let's say the Earth was flat, the sun went round the Earth, and so on, the sun would have a setting place and a rising place. So if this very day we discovered Earth is flat and the centre of the universe, I could sit here and say, the Quran uses words that are in agreement with modern science. 18:86 says someone travelled to the setting place of the sun, and 1890 talks about the rising place of the sun. I'm not reading any interpretation into that. I'm merely saying that the words used in the Quran match modern science, which is my roundabout way of saying people who were ignorant of the facts in the past, who thought we lived in a geocentric universe on a flat planet, the Quran happens to match what they said. So in some cases it sounds a bit like science if you squint your eyes and do this a little bit. In other cases it looks like the Earth's flat and the sun goes around the Earth. You know, what you need for scientific evaluation is a falsifiable statement. A, everything in there would be scientifically accurate. B, absolutely nothing in there would look even remotely scientifically incorrect. And if you look at those two verses, it would be easy to say, I'm not saying that it talks about a rising place and a setting place of the sun. It just happens to use those words which exactly match the common misconception of the time.
Well, if you take that out of context, yeah, and in fact, I've already addressed that on my website, and that's actually, if you look at it out of context, then I would agree with you. But once you read the verse in context, you will see that the Quran is not making any kind of, or affirming any kind of scientific error. But like I said, and I think we already agreed with this in the beginning, that the discussion of scientific errors is a great topic. I'd like to discuss it with you, but I can't do both in one sitting. Okay?
That's correct. I wasn't inviting you to tell me that I'm wrong, which is why I said I'm not claiming that it says the Earth is flat. I'm just saying that the words used are in concordance with flat Earth mythology, and then I wasn't interpreting it. And I was just basically saying that the assertion that you made at the beginning, there is nothing in the Quran that even looks scientifically inaccurate, has been falsified. There are plenty of things in there that look scientifically inaccurate, just as if you're going to look at stuff, you could say, this looks scientifically accurate. And you say, if you take them out of context, then you can make them mean whatever you want.
Well,
However, let me just finish this sentence. You say that if I take it out of context, I can misunderstand the sentence. However, in the verse that you mentioned, the darkness of the deep seas, 24:40, 24:39 doesn't start talking about oceanography, and then 24:41 after it continues to talk about glowing jellyfish. There is no oceanography section in the Quran, and this has been taken out completely within its context. It is a single statement taken completely out of context of the rest of the chapter, and you've decided that it means something scientific. So if you talk about taking things out of context, it's exactly the same as what you've done.
Okay, well, let me make it even more clear for you. The Quran does not use a choice of words which agrees with common misconceptions that people had at the time. And we can, of course, discuss that, and I'd like to discuss that with you. So when the debate comes, we will definitely debate that. The debate challenge is accepted. Now, am I taking verses out of context? Absolutely not. You had your opportunity to show me where I'm doing that. And I think people who are listening to this will see that I'm not doing that. But what's happening here, I think, is you're not able to refute the fact that, yes, the Quran is using a choice of words, which agrees with modern science. So it's like you're kind of running here and running there to try to somehow reconcile this. So once again, this is the third time the Quran used a choice of words which agrees with science. Let me just read the verse for you again. It says, or is the likeness, or is it like the darkness in the vast deep sea? So in the vast deep seas, not on top of it. Overwhelmed with great waves, topped by great waves. Science today tells us that there are internal waves inside the ocean. So that is another statement which agrees with modern science. So I now want to, did you have anything else to say on
sorry,
that?
Can you give me that surah number and verse number again?
Chapter 22, verse 40.
22:40. Right. No, it's not 22:40, is it? So tell me again.
Let me look it up real quick here. Oh, I'm sorry. Chapter 24, verse 40. 24:40. I'm sorry about that.
24:40. Okay. It's like darkness within an unfathomable sea, which is covered by waves, upon which are waves, over which are clouds. Darkness, some of them upon others. You can hardly see. But as I've said, it's waves upon waves. I've said that if you sit on a seashore and wait and sit and watch, you watch waves upon waves. You know, people talk about waves upon waves. In addition to that, when I was doing my This Is the Truth Uncut video series, and I actually interviewed an oceanographer, he said that the concept of different levels of sea moving in different directions was a very well-known phenomenon to fishermen, not only at the time but also within the region, and that I think he actually used the Baltic and Black Sea as the example, where fishermen would throw their nets into the sea and they would observe that the boat was being pushed in one direction and the net was being pulled in the exact opposite direction, and from this they concluded that there was some kind of two-directional system of the sea moving in different ways, and that it was kind of like a sea beneath the sea. You know, it's all such. It could mean sitting on the beach watching wave after wave. It could be talking about the difference in the way the sea moves above and below, and you know, there's so many mundane explanations for it that there is simply no miracle claim to be made.
Okay. Well, now what you're saying here is that if you just sit on the seashores and just watch, it's very important to understand what the Quran is saying. It's saying in the deep, dark sea. So it was not talking about anything on the surface. And then you gave us an example of, well, maybe if you're on a boat, somehow you can extrapolate it and just figure it out some way with a really intelligent guy that there are internal ways. But then I'm kind of glad that you mentioned this example, because now you are agreeing with me that yes, the Quran used a choice of words which did agree with modern science. So now you're coming forward and you're admitting that. But you're now giving an example. Okay, well, here's why the Quran. Here's how he could have done it. Okay, so we'll just take your example. Though it doesn't make any sense what you're saying, that somehow you can extrapolate internal waves in the sea. That's nonsense. But I'm going to entertain it, okay? I'm going to entertain it. Well, let me finish my point, if I may. I'm going to entertain it because maybe somehow, you know, he was a genius and he somehow figured it out. Okay, good. Let's just entertain that as a hypothetical possibility. Do you have anything else to say before we move on to the next point?
No, I don't even want to go with the genius line. I'm just going to say that it's talking about waves upon waves over time crashing upon each other. You don't have to be under the sea to be in the sea. You know, I can attest to that on account that I've been swimming in the sea for over an hour and not drowned because I can't breathe underwater. I've been in the sea for long periods of times without being under the sea, and whilst spending that long period of time in the sea, I was still able to observe wave upon wave. So, I mean, there really is nothing about your statement that excludes the most mundane explanation.
Well, you know, I'm just happy that now you are agreeing that, there are statements which agree with modern science, or a choice of words which do agree with modern science. But all you... No, I won't let you finish. Because I want you words into my mouth. No, hang on. I'm not going to let you finish telling me what I'm saying. You can tell me what you're saying, and I'll tell you what I'm saying. Don't tell me what I'm saying. I'm not saying these verses agree with modern science. I think they're talking about something completely different and are mundane. You think they sound scientific. I don't. Yeah, if I may finish my point, I think it's exactly what you're saying. You may not realize what you're saying by giving that example. Because what you're doing now is you're saying, well, let me show you how easy it is to come up with that kind of information and how to accurately state that. It's easy. I can do it. You can do it. So when you do give an example like that, you're actually agreeing with me, okay, Rationalizer? So in the future, try not to give those types of examples, or else in reality what you're doing, you are agreeing with me whether you realize it or not. I want to now talk about a prophecy, okay? And that's found inside the Holy Quran. Once again, that's inside chapter 7, verse 159. So I'm going to switch and go to the issue of prophecy. And it's talking about if you look at the context, so that's very important, as Rationalizer was pointing out. You got to look at the context. It's talking about the Jewish people. It says, and remember when your Lord declared that he would certainly keep on sending against them, referring to the Jews, till the day of resurrection, those who would afflict them with a humiliating torment. Okay, now we all know that that is exactly what happened within the last, well, like 60, 70 years. Okay, and we saw in the case of Hitler. But what the Quran said came true. Now you can say, okay, well, that was an easy prophecy to make. You could look at the history of the Jews and you could just say, yeah, they were persecuted people. So yeah, they'll continue to be persecuted. Yeah, and we can argue that it is possible to make a statement like that. Sure. But how easy it would be is another question. I think it would be very difficult to make that type of prophecy. But anyways, I'll explain that later. I'll let the Rationalizer comment on that.
Well, it's what's known as, I believe it's what's known as an unrestricted prophecy. It's not saying next Tuesday 500 Jews are going to die. It's not saying in 1300 and so many years 6 million Jews are going to die. It's saying Jews are going to be treated really bad until the end of time, now and again. I mean, tell me a person that hasn't happened to. Tell me a nation that has not had difficult times at some point in their history. If I was to say an unrestricted prophecy, America will be afflicted by problems in the future. There you go. Let's wait over 1,000 years. If it hasn't happened, we'll wait another 1,000. It didn't prophesise Adolf Hitler at all. It just says that the Jews will be afflicted with people. It's the same for just about everyone. It's an unrestricted prophecy. It's worthless.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I'm sorry. Were you done, Rationalizer?
Yeah, he's finished.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So once again, you see where you're focusing your objections on is how easy it is to get it right. But you're not disputing the fact that once again the Quran got it right. So the only thing I need to now discuss is how easy is it to really get it right. So let's look at some examples. I would say it's very hard to make a prophecy like that, and here's the reason why. Because maybe those people would cease to exist, just like we see with the example of the Spartans. The Spartans don't exist today. So if you so you have to be very careful before you make a prophecy against any nation of people. Maybe the persecution would end and the world would become a better place, which is exactly what the goal of Islam, by the way. Or maybe they will become militarily strong and thus be able to thwart off any kind of persecution. So if I was going to make a prophecy about a group of people like that, I would have to look at these situations, that maybe they'll cease to exist, maybe the world will become a better place. So it's a gamble, definitely, and I would have to really think about it before I make a prophecy like that. You also mentioned about time frame. If you looked at the text carefully, it did give a time frame. It says, until the day of judgment. If you look at Islamic eschatology, just go with me. If you look at all the Islamic scholars are unanimously agreed that we are living in the end days. So there is kind of a time frame which was given, but once again, I don't see you coming out and saying, no, that is a false statement. That did not happen to the Jews. The Quran made a false prophecy, or it just simply didn't come true. So I'm ready to move on to the next point.
Well, just to clarify, the time frame he gave was from the time the original prophecy was given until the end of time?
The end of time. Yeah. Sorry for laughing, but, an unrestricted prophecy is there is no known deadline. There is no known deadline. You can't say that is still an unrestricted one because he hasn't specified a deadline that can be verified. You can't say, Earth's going to be consumed by the sun in so many billion years, so sometime between now and a billion years, X is going to happen. That's not a prophecy. I mean, that's actually a more accurate prophecy because it gives a deadline for the prophecy. Saying the end of time is still an unrestricted prophecy.
Okay. Well, yeah, once again, you're going back to this, that there's no known deadline. It's unrestricted. This is for all, well, see, this goes back to the issue which I've been already addressed from the beginning. You're just talking about how easy it is to try to make that type of prophecy. And I showed you it's not that easy. But once again, the Quran did get it right. I want to move on to the next one. And this is taken...
Before you move on to the next prophecy,
Sure.
Sahih Muslim, book 41, number 7050, Aisha reported that when the Arabs came to Allah's messenger, they asked about the end of time and when it would come. He looked towards the youngest boy amongst them and said that he would not grow very old before the end of time came. There's a number of hadith in there in Sahih Muslim talking about how Muhammad said that the end of time would come before this young child had grown old. I mean, that's a pretty poor prophecy, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Well, first of all, like I said, I cannot balance the issue of errors and making a positive claim at the same time. No, that's not it. I don't believe that's a false prophecy at all. And I think you're talking. I think I know exactly the one which you're talking about here. And let me see if I can dig it up myself. But now we're kind of changing the topics here. Okay, and I believe this is kind of a violation of our rules which we agreed upon.
Okay.
Because if you read the hadith over here, it says a young boy, Mughira bi Shu'ab, happened to pass by the Holy Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And he was of my age. Thereupon, Allah's apostle said, if he lives long, he would not grow very old till the last hour would come. So once again, if we take this hadith out of context, because you got to understand, Muhammad stated very clear, I don't know when the last hour is. That is also mentioned in the Quran. Okay, so we have to read it with context that the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam did not know when the last hour was. Therefore, he cannot be prophesying about when the last hour will be because he just said, I don't know when it will take place. Rather, he is simply stating that if God would allow this man to live long enough, then God will allow the last hour to come during his life. But no, he didn't know when the day of judgment is. So, I'm done.
It's a bit of a responsibility to put on a small child, isn't it? If you live too long, the entire universe will come to an end. You're going to kill yourself, aren't you? I'm going to save countless billions of people throughout time, because if I live to 60, that's it for everyone. You couldn't be that selfish. You'd have to go and kill yourself, wouldn't you?
Well, we can take apart and try to mock and ridicule, I believe, any belief system, including atheism. We could mock and ridicule the fact that atheists have no basis for morality, so incinerating a million babies is neither wrong nor right. But like I said, these are all good topics. We could discuss them, but let's get back to the topic which we are discussing. I want to share with you another topic.
This is yet... Rash, it's yet another impasse, so just go ahead and let him go on.
Yeah, and I just want to make clear, though, that what I was mocking was the absurdity of the argument that the end of the universe depended on how old an Ansar child would be when he died.
Well, I think it's reading the text. I don't think it said it depended upon him, but what I was trying to show you was there is no false prophecy claim. But anyway, I want to move on.
If he grows old, the day will come. If he grows old, the day will come. On condition that this child reaches old age, the end of the universe will end. That's what it means. If, that's the condition. The child grows old, that's the clause. Then, the end of time will come. That's the consequence.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, like I said, this is not something you can really prove or disprove or try to find error with it. You can mock it, you can ridicule it, but I don't see where there's any kind of false prophecy there. But anyway, let me move on to the next point. It says here, once again, quoting Sunan Ibn Majah, it says, immorality, and the word there is fahisha, which refers to sexual intercourse and these type of actions. It says, immorality never appears among a people to such an extent that they committed openly, but plagues and diseases that were never known among the predecessors will spring amongst them. This is exactly what would happen. In fact, we have scientists tell us today, there is a new untreatable strain of the sexually transmitted disease called gonorrhea. Okay, this is a new disease, and this is exactly what Muhammad said, that new diseases will appear among the people as a result of fahisha, which is
and
sexual.
of course HIV as well. New in humans perhaps, but there's also HIV, which was spread through promiscuity. So the fact that this gonorrhea strain is impartial as to who it affects, it could be anyone in any nation as long as they have sex with someone who's affected. This would mean that for your statement to be true, we will be looking for the pattern that these people would all have new diseases and plague. And I think that last time I looked, the USA wasn't suffering from plagues, neither was the UK. So your argument only holds if you dismiss 50% of your own argument.
Are you done, Rationalizer?
Yep.
I have no idea what you're talking about. Can you
said,
I'll
reiterate. You said that they will be, what was it? Famine? They will be plagued with famine and disease. Could you read it again?
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's the immorality, which is fahisha, which is of course sexual intercourse, never appears among a people to such an extent that they committed openly, but plagues and diseases that were never known among the predecessors will spread amongst them.
There you go. That's the point. You even emphasised the word for me, and plagues and diseases. And what you're doing is you're taking the diseases and ignoring the plagues. You know, there are plenty of people being immoral by Islamic standards in probably most of the developed world, and they certainly are not suffering from plagues. Far from it. They're actually suffering from obesity. So, you know, the word "and" does exist. It's a logical Boolean conjunction that says A combined with B will happen. And what you're doing is you're looking at the B and completely ignoring plagues and. So you're dismissing 50% of your own argument in order to try to make your own argument valid.
Okay, but you do agree with me, and then I'll answer you, that the issue of there are new diseases. That part you do agree, is that correct?
Well, I agree that we are suffering more with diseases that we weren't suffering from before, and diseases have also mutated from previous strains. Yeah, I'm happy to say that. If you're happy also to say that it does say it will be plagues and new diseases, which is exactly what it says.
Mm-hmm. Well, actually, Christian apologetics give, I think, the best response to that. Just because you have not seen plagues happen yet, that does not mean it will not come in the future. Of course, it may come in the future, but we have seen new plagues. For example, swine flu. We have seen new plagues like that. We have seen AIDS. Now, the thing is, AIDS virus can fall into this category because one of the things you have to understand, we cannot read science into the Quran. When it was told plagues and diseases to the people living in the 14th century, did they have the scientific knowledge to decipher between what's a disease and what's a plague? No, they didn't know that. Okay, so again, I can't break it down any more simpler than the way it was understood to the Prophet Muhammad and his followers. So AIDS virus actually does fulfill that criteria because you see, like for example, in Africa, just countless groups and groups of people dying off of this terrible, terrible virus. So first of all, I would say that it has been fulfilled. Okay, in the AIDS virus. But even if you say it has not, that does not mean it will not come. So I don't see any error there.
The first thing I'd like to say is I think that they did know the difference between a disease and a plague. The difference between leprosy and locusts eating your corn is pretty clear. One's a plague, one's a disease. They weren't as ignorant as you're trying to make out. If you're saying this says plagues and new diseases, and part of the prophecy hasn't come true yet, then what you're saying to me is, here's a prophecy that hasn't come true yet. Well, there you go, I agree. 100% agree. Scientifically, the prophecy has not been fulfilled.
No, I'm telling you, some of it has been fulfilled, some of it has not. But if the Arabs were to look at the AIDS epidemic, remember, there was the word epidemic of just countless numbers of people dying across Africa, you know, they will no doubt see this as ta'oon, as a terrible plague which has afflicted them. So, no, I don't think so.
Okay, and all of the people that have got this disease are promiscuous then, yeah?
The people who get the AIDS virus, they are engaging in some kind of promiscuity.
Well, wait, Nadir,
no,
wait.
No, Atheismo, sorry, but
this is right to the point, because I actually...
I've got to say it,
okay.
Right? Everyone who's got AIDS is being promiscuous. Well,
No. I'm sorry.
Women are not promiscuous. Children in places in Africa where they're told by witch doctors if they have sex with a young baby, it will transfer the AIDS to them. That baby isn't being promiscuous. So, no, I 100% disagree that all people with AIDS are promiscuous.
I think you're reading into the text what's not there. It doesn't say that the people who will get these plagues and diseases is only as a direct result of sexual immorality that they committed. Read what it says very carefully here. It says here, but plagues and diseases that were never known amongst the predecessors will spread amongst them. That's all it says. It didn't it doesn't say every single person is going to be guilty of that crime. So I think you're reading into the text what's not there.
No, I'm not reading into it. I asked you and you said that.
Okay, so I'm going to move on to the next.
No, that's fine. What I'm saying is I didn't
read
that.
I might have misspoke. I apologize if I misspoke.
No, if you're happy to retract the statement that people with AIDS are sexually immoral, then that's fine. I'm perfectly happy for you to do that. I will just end before you move on by saying that 50% of a claim is not a completed prophecy. So what you've got is something that hasn't been completed.
Well, I actually, from the way I see it, I think both have been fulfilled, as I gave you with the example of the AIDS virus, because if you look at the AIDS virus and the way it spread across Africa, that's ta'oon. That is clearly a plague which has afflicted those people. But yes, I'm sorry, I might have misspoke. Let me retract my statement. So let me go ahead and move on to the next one.
This time I have to stop you because I think that this does deserve a little bit more exploration before I move on to something else. Now you've already conceded, not every single person gets it as the direct result of their immorality, like babies who get it because their mothers have it. I actually know someone who contracted hepatitis because they were a nurse and pricked themselves on a needle. If it's sort of a curse laid down on an entire people, it's one of the issues I have with the sort of collective punishment that is allegedly at work. But, someone in the chat has raised the question, why is the rise of new disease, even sexually transmitted disease, is it really that significant? I mean, wouldn't diseases, including new strains of STDs, wouldn't they arise with or without this any kind of behavior that's making them the target of divine wrath, if in fact that's what's at work? Do you understand what I mean?
I think there's two parts to that question. There's the one issue about the philosophical issue of why should innocent people suffer for the sins of others.
Yeah.
And that's a good question. I don't think I could answer it any better than a Jewish person or a Christian person, but it's just one of those question marks out there, which even I'm going to tell you, I don't have an exact answer for you. The second part of your question, I think what you're saying is that somehow these diseases will come about even if there wasn't sexual morality. Is that what you're saying?
Right.
Well, the example which I've given you, which is the superbug, that was a result of sexual activity, because a superbug, this is a mutation, and you have to have a lot of sex for this thing to mutate, and it is the direct result of fornication. Okay, and so are we ready to move on to the next point?
Well, I'm not. No, I'm personally not. It's one of the things. Like we have, these Christians in the States who will, every time there's any kind of natural disaster, they'll say, well, it was because of sin, but it just doesn't seem to me that the placement and distribution of these alleged punishments really fit. I mean, if either Christians or Muslims or some other group could like form an island and populate it only with people who are handpicked for their celibacy and their good behavior in the eyes of their religion, and there was no incidence of natural disaster or disease, I might be more inclined to believe this. But it just seems like very sort of mundane generation of new illnesses.
Yeah, and of course, I'm pretty sure that malaria has probably killed more people than AIDS has, and this new gonorrhea strain. I'm pretty sure that mosquitoes don't only pass malaria to promiscuous people.
So I might be misunderstanding what you're saying, but here's the thing: I can only affirm what science affirms. I have not heard any scientist or any scientific reference say that the gonorrhea, superbug, AIDS, and all the new venereal diseases would be amongst us and spread amongst us even without fahisha, even without this immoral sexual behavior or sexual intercourse. I have not read that, but if you do find anything like that, you can then forward on to me, okay?
I mean, my thought of this is basically that what you're trying to say is that somebody who traded with merchants that sailed around the world would have no way of knowing that there are new diseases.
Yeah, absolutely, because all you would see are symptoms. You would just see symptoms of something happening. But the Quran or the Hadith made it very clear there will be new diseases.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is smallpox.
So I'm ready to move on to the next point due to that.
Smallpox looks completely different from leprosy. So if you've seen leprosy all your life, and then you get on a boat and sail somewhere else and you have sex with a few natives and you get smallpox while you're there, to you that is a new disease. I mean, the idea that sailors don't get introduced to new diseases is a bit of a strange claim in my eyes.
Well, here, I think we're going back to the issue of, okay, well, yeah, he got it right, but let's see how easy it would be to get it right. I think I can do that myself. So these are what I call sofa chair calls, where you just basically sit back and say, yeah, I can do that. That's not that hard to do. And that's all you're arguing right now. But I'm ready to move on to the next one. And then we see inside, again, the same book, Sunan Ibn Majah, where the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ said, the hour will not begin until you fight a people with small eyes, wide faces, as if their eyes and pupils are of locusts, and as if their faces are like hammered shields. They'll be wearing shoes of hair, using leather shields. Remember that they're using leather shields and tying their horses to the date palm of the tree. Now, the date palm, for those who are familiar with Islamic theology, people think of the moon and the star as a symbol of Islam. But in reality, the date palm is a symbol of Islam. So what they're saying here is that these people will be invading the Muslim lands. And sure enough, about 300 years later, 600 years later, after this prophecy was made, we had a group of people with small eyes like locusts, flat faces, leather shields, and the prophet said they will be horsemen that did invade the Muslim lands. Now maybe you can say, okay, well, you can argue that, that the racial features aren't really like that. But the thing which cannot be denied here, Muhammad said they will have shields made of leather. And that is exactly what we find. When we look at the history, and again, this goes, let me find that reference for you. The Empire of the Mughals by Michael Bergen. It stated that all soldiers carried a shield made of wicker and leather. referring to the Mongolian soldiers that invaded the Middle East 600 years after this prophecy was made. So once again, we see another accurate statement.
And what was the time frame for this? Oh no, it said it. No, it said it, didn't it? The end of time will not come before this has happened. Sorry,
right.
I nearly missed that bit. So he's prophesying that sometime between now and a point in the future that is the end of the universe, this will happen. And taking into account that after the universe ends, we can't look back and say, haha, you got it wrong. That would kind of be an open-ended prophecy, which after 4 million years, you could be looking back at saying, oh, we're just waiting for that one.
Well, let me just make it very clearly what the text actually says. It says the hour will not begin. And when we say that the hour will not begin, the hour entails many different signs, many different things which we are going to see which will establish the hour. So all it's saying is, from this point on, then the hour will begin when you are going to see all the prophecies and signs which Muhammad prophesied.
Wow. I don't know. If you're impressed that Muhammad said that people with funny eyes and leather shields were going to fight Muslims, then, you know, I mean, I don't share your enthusiasm.
Well, what I'm impressed with was, I mean, you could prophesy that, yeah, there will be a group of people who will invade the Middle East. But to say that they will be carrying leather shields, that is impressive to me, because that's exactly what the Mongolian warriors carried.
Has anyone ever invaded Islamic lands that used a different kind of shield?
That I don't know, but leather shields did exist even in the time of Muhammad's time, but there were many different type of shield. You know, so I want to also pull it out.
Well, hang on a second. The Crusades, that was a fight against Muslims, wasn't it? And they wouldn't have used leather shields. So if he'd said, and they will not use leather shields, then you'd be sitting here saying, and this is a real miracle because the people nearby had leather shields, so he was saying these people will come from really far away. So if they're leather shields, he wins. If they're not leather shields, he wins.
Okay, now, hang on. So Nadir, you're maintaining that this is about the Turks and Mongolians, or just the Mongolians?
Well, of course, we know that it was a Mongolian.
Okay, I have to stop you right there. Someone has just posted something from Bukhari in another hadith, and there are authenticated hadiths that are not as ambiguous. He specifically names the Turks, giving the same description. So it's at least referring to the Turks. Now, I guess you could really interpret it loosely and say that the Turks of the time of Central Asia and the Mongolians of the time might have had some common ancestry or what have you, because I mean you had people moving back and forth on the Asian steppe, but it definitely is talking about at least the Turks specifically. Like Rash says, I don't think it's I'm like Rash. I'm kind of unimpressed, because if Muhammad and his followers were talking about moving up north to fight the Byzantines and Persians, and then just north of that you have the steppe, and people who really are fond of invading south of the steppe. It just seems like a pretty obvious. It'd be like in Germany and some guy saying, I have a gut feeling that we're going to go to war with Poland. I'm just saying. There were a lot of signs that they were just on the eve of exactly that kind of a conflict. But it is definitely talking about the Turks. If you'd like, I could read
I know the hadith what you're referring to, but the hadith which I gave you, it is not referring to the Turks, okay? So the Turks is nowhere mentioned inside the hadith which I gave you. But now what you're arguing over here, this is just a case of coincidence. He coincidentally got it right. He was referring to somebody else. But yeah, the Mongols did invade, and they were carrying leather shields. But leather shields was not uncommon. There were many kinds of shields. There was iron shields, bronze shields, and many different kinds. So once again, it is a clear prophecy. If you look at the racial...
I would just like to say that you said that we're claiming it's coincidence. I think actually it's you claiming it's a coincidence. The police are at the door. You've got the funny eyes. You've got the shoes. You've got the leather shield. And you say, no, sorry, it was someone else with funny eyes and a leather shield. It's not me, John the Turk. It was another Mongolian who happened to have all the exact same things. The other hadith is just simply elaborating, oh, and by the way, they're the Turks. And, you know, if you're going to dismiss evidence that doesn't agree with your hypothesis, you're just deceiving yourself. If you dismiss everything that disproves what you already want to be true, then you're just deceiving yourself.
No, you're right. But what I'm trying to explain to you is when the hadith which was quoted from the reference which I'm giving you by Sayyid al-Qudri, no mention of the Turks were given here. Rather, there was mention of people with flat faces or wide faces, pupils like locusts. Okay, these are clear descriptions of Oriental people, okay? And their faces will be like hammered shields. The issue is this, that yes, that is exactly what happened, and those invaders were horsemen, just like Muhammad said. Those invaders carried leather shields, just like what Muhammad said. And that they did invade the land of the Muslims. All of that is correct. Okay, so the hadith which I'm giving you makes no mention of any kind of Turks.
Well, but
so,
I think one that's specific. Okay, when you have two hadiths, one from Ibn Majah, one from Bukhari, like I found, and they both give the same. Let me read this out. Okay, just be patient. I mean, humor me. This is from Bukhari, narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's apostle said, "The hour will not be established until you fight with the Turks, people with small eyes, red faces, and flat noses. Their faces will look like shields coated with leather. The hour will not be established till you fight with people whose shoes are made of hair." Now, so that I think that the specific trumps to a degree the non-specific, and you know, the people at the time, whether you're from the Roman Empire, Arabia, Persia, China, they didn't make any distinction between the different horse clans of the Asian steppe. They just would consider them all the same people, even if the individual tribes were sort of had a fierce local identity. So it is almost definitely referring to the Turks.
Well, no, what we have here are many different versions of the hadith. But the one which I quoted from you made it very clear that they will tie their horses to the date palm trees. Now, that's a clear reference of an invasion of the Islamic lands. Okay, so once again, the issue is not being disputed of whether this actually happened. What you guys are trying to argue is, well, it was a mix-up, but yeah, that's how he got it right. It was just a coincidence. He was referring to something else. So I don't see that as really, a good refutation. But you can have many different versions of one hadith, each stating something a little bit different than the other. You'll find many different versions of this hadith, by the way. So I'm ready to move on to the next one because none of you are...
But do you not see how that falsifies your argument? Oh, look,
no.
I've got 10 different statements. If I ignore 9 of them, this one looks right. You said it explicitly says they will tie their horses. Yeah, and another one explicitly says that they will be Turkish.
Yeah.
So, if I were biased and I wanted to ignore all the other 9, I'd look at the one that says they will be Turks and forget everything else. You want to be biased and say it proves something. You ignore the Turks and say that they tie their horses, whereas I'm quite happy to look at all 9 of them and say they'll tie their horses and they're Turkish.
But I believe in all of it, though. See, that's the whole thing. I believe that the hadith that you quoted is a prophecy fulfilled. They did fight against the Turks. I believe in all of that. I believe in the hadith which I'm quoting for you now is a different hadith, but it made sure, the Sayyid al-Qudri made sure to mention the one which I'm quoting for you that no Turks or any group of people like that was mentioned. So this is a different hadith. I think both can be true. But the issue which is not being disputed here is, what is stated here, did it actually occur? Yes. But what you are trying to argue here is, here's how Muhammad could have got it right. And that's fine. We can argue about that. But so long as you see what my point here, we see a consistency of statements which he is making to become true over and over again. And I think I have much more examples. But I think even now I'm ready. Let me find my point here. I'm ready to end here because I have established enough evidence to show that Muhammad did prophesy that the Jews, a terrible torment will befall them until the day of judgment. 1,400 years later, that still held true. Now, you can look at that and say, yeah, I could do it. You can make an armchair call like that. But then when you go and see new diseases will come again amongst the people, and then you'll see that they'll be invaded by people who will be carrying leather shields. It is the consistency of this that you now cannot pass off this as all coincidences. He then makes statements saying there are barriers in the sea, statements which agree with modern science. He's using a choice of words which agrees with modern science that there's internal ways. There's no light at the bottom of the sea. Now, right off the bat, now you got to hit the brakes and say, wait a second. You can't keep getting it right all the time. You cannot keep using a choice of words which either agree with something in the future or something with modern science. Something is wrong here, and I have a whole list of more, but my point here is I've already established that no, there is something more to the picture here.
Okay, before Rash comes back,
just one little thing about what he said, just one little thing, and then you can have a speech or whatever you want to say. We're not sitting here saying this is how Muhammad could have known. What we're doing is we're sitting here saying this is why your line of reasoning is flawed. That is what we're saying. We're not saying, oh, look at all these other interpretations, blah, blah, blah. What we're saying is your line of reasoning is utterly flawed because you're taking your own interpretations, you're ignoring other pieces of information that give additional details, you're ignoring evidence left, right and centre if it doesn't agree with what you already want to be true. We're not saying Muhammad got it right, it was a fluke, blah, blah. What we're saying is you're just really not doing very well at objectively assessing data. Sorry, please continue, Atheismo.
Well, actually, I disagree. I think I'm doing the exact opposite of what you're saying. I think I'm accepting everything you're giving. But what I'm doing, like, for example, the issue about the horses, or I'm sorry, the leather shields, I'm saying, yeah, no, okay, we have all other different versions of that hadith. So I'm saying, wait a second. You cannot keep using words which come true later on. You can't keep doing that. Stop it. That's my argument. So I'm not ignoring anything. In fact, I even said I affirm and believe in all 9 versions or whatever, how many different versions of the hadith. So I don't think I'm rejecting anything.
Yeah. Well, anyway, what I'm saying is, as far as the Turk-Mongol dichotomy, like I said, they were treated as one continuum of people. So when someone were to say Turk, it would, at that time and place, it would have been interchangeable with Mongol for a long. But I mean, at the end of the day, it's not like Muhammad was wrong. It is a matter of historical fact that Turks and Mongols alike, on multiple occasions, invaded these lands. So he called it. It was a successful prediction, but it wasn't a very difficult prediction. It was, if you have. Ask anyone who shared a border with the Central. Ask the Romans and the Germanic peoples that came off the Asian steppe. Everybody who was on the Asian steppe wanted to get out of it. Everybody who wasn't didn't want these newcomers, especially because of their propensity to raid. Anybody who shared a border with these people will say, yeah, they're really fond of fighting and invading and raping and pillaging and all that stuff. So, like I said, it's a prediction that came true multiple times, but. And it came true within the time frame.
I can hypothetically agree.
At the end of time, but it's not very impressive. It's anybody I think could have seen it coming.
Okay, yeah. Let me just respond very quickly. See, here's the thing. If we were to, I would agree with you to a certain extent. If we were to just look at the one issue in a vacuum. Well, yeah, maybe, it's kind of easy to make those prophecies, but when you see the consistency of, okay, well, now he got that one right, now he got that one right, and he's doing it over and over again, now I can't agree with you. I'm like, wait a second. You cannot keep saying things which come true, which agree with science, over and over again. There is no human explanation for that. But let me continue very quickly, because I know we got a limited amount of time. I think this library, which I'm at, closes in about 20 minutes. Okay. But I want to just give you this one right here. And again, this goes back to chapter 59, verse 14. And here it's not talking about all Jews, but just some Jews. It was talking about a group of Jews called Bani Nadir, but not even all the Bani Nadir. So it says here that they fight not except within fortified cities or from behind walls. We know that this group of Jews from Sirah ibn Ishaq fought in fortified cities. And that's actually mentioned, and I believe I got the scanned copy over there. But they never, if you look throughout the Islamic references, you will never hear about anybody fighting from behind walls. Because it says, or from behind walls. Well, when we look inside modern times, okay, not even within the last 30, 40 years, the terrorist state of Israel built one of the largest walls to separate themselves from the Palestinians and the Jews for no other reason but to fight against the Palestinian people who are Muslims. And that's what the Quran said. It said that they will fight you except within fortified cities or from behind walls. So once again, another
this is a very which comes. This is a very good example then of a falsifiable claim. It says they will not fight you except if they're in a fortified city or behind a wall. It's been falsified because the Jews actually go past the wall, they enter Palestinian territory and they fight them from the other side of the wall. So your statement that Jews will only fight them from within fortified buildings or from behind a wall has been falsified, because I've seen many, many times the Jews come from the other side of the wall and they do actually fight when they are not behind the wall.
Well, first of all, I'm not sure if you heard what I was saying. It's not talking about all Jews. It's talking about some Jews. And we get that from Sirah ibn Ishaq. It said some Jews, because it was referring only to Banu Nadir. Because the ones that fought from behind the fortified townships were the Banu Nadir. The other Jewish, there are actually many Jewish tribes. There's Banu Shutayba, Banu Sa'ida, Banu Jafna. Many Jewish tribes which did not fight against the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So that is a misunderstanding which I think you might be having over there.
Oh, okay. So in that case, let me just clarify then. If it's Banu Nadir, what you're claiming therefore is that the tribe of Banu Nadir built the wall around Israel.
Well, even amongst them, even the tribe of Banu Nadir even didn't fight from behind walls. So they only used fortified townships. So this is talking about a very narrow group of Jewish people, probably from within the lineage of Banu Nadir. So trying to pinpoint what type of Jews, who are those Jews that the Quran is speaking about, I don't think we're going to be able to do so. But what I'm saying here is that this verse is not talking about all Jews. It's just addressing a type of mentality that some Jews have. And what's interesting to point out is that the Banu Nadir didn't even fight from behind, didn't build a wall or anything like that during the life of Muhammad.
Right, okay. I think that we can demonstrate that the people are descended from Banu Nadir because, let's say, we'll be very generous with the numbers I'm going to use. So instead of saying it was 1,400 years ago, let's say it's 1,300 years ago. How many years per generation? Probably around 25 to 30, but let's pretend there's 40 years per generation, which means that there's been approximately 32 generations since then. If you take into account that every generation requires 2 parents, so that's 2 to the power of 35. Let me just do this. 2 to the power of 35, which means every person alive today has something like 34 billion ancestors over the past 1,300 years. So the probability that there are people in Jerusalem that were descended from Banu Nadir is, I would say, 100%. If you want to make the claim that the Quran is correct because descendants of Banu Nadir built the wall, well, I can easily say, if that is your criteria, then you have also absolutely proven beyond a shadow of a doubt that the Quran is wrong, because some Jews fight from the other side of the wall, and the probability that one of them is descended from Banu Nadir is also 100%.
Okay, I'm sorry, were you done, Rationalizer?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, first of all I'm saying here is all we can deduce from the text is a certain type of Jews who have this mentality. And even those type of Jews, we don't even know if they existed during the life of Muhammad, because none of them fought from behind walls. So that's all we can affirm. So what we do know is that certain Jews in Israel built one of the largest walls, probably one of the, if you look in the history, one of the most largest, probably top 5 of the largest walls ever created, maybe, for no other purpose but to fight against Muslims. And once again, we see the statements of what the Quran is saying is coming true. It said that, well, at least we can say certain type of Jews who have this type of mentality, they will fight you from behind walls. We find Jews building a wall 1,400 years later. Once again, you cannot just walk away from that and walk away from all of the other examples, like whether it's the leather shields. I think we're going to close here. About 15 minutes.
In the next 15 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you.
So once again, we're not we're not disputing of whether the prophecy was fulfilled or not, but I think what you're talking about here is, did he make any errors on the way?
No, so what you're saying then is you've now changed your argument from descendants of Banu Nadir, which was your initial argument. Well, actually, I think it started off as Jews will do this. And then when I pointed out that actually that's wrong because there are Jews that fight from the other side of the wall, it turned to descendants of Banu Nadir because you thought we couldn't prove that there were descendants of Banu Nadir. When I explained the probability that everyone in Israel is descended from someone in Banu Nadir, you then have changed it to this kind of Jew with this kind of mentality. So now your argument has basically become quite absurd. You're saying that Jews who like to build walls and fight from behind walls will build walls and fight from behind walls?
I'm not sure if I understand you totally, but the issue of whether they're the descendants of Banu Nadir, I can't say yes or no to that. I can't say whether it was a genetic issue, but what I can say is that certain type of Jews have this kind of mentality. Did those Jews have this? Did they exist during the life of Muhammad? No. They probably did not exist because we never found any examples of that. But that at least we can say is true, that certain types of Jews do have this kind of mentality where they fight from behind walls, and we do see Israel. So that is a fulfilled prophecy.
The reference that you want to look up is a genetic bucket chain. That'll explain about the probability of people being descended from Banu Nadir, and all I see in this is those Jews are cowards. They only fight from behind walls and fortified buildings and stuff. They won't come out and have a proper fight, cowards. You know, so at some point in the future, someone built a wall. Well, you know what? The Chinese built a really, really big wall. You know, so what? If it hadn't been this wall, it would have been the Holy Wall in Jerusalem. They fight from over that. If it wasn't that, it would be some wall somewhere else. It would be like, oh well, there's more Muslims in the in the west of Germany, more Jews in the west of Germany than the east. So it could be that wall. He's just calling them cowards. He's just saying you are cowards, and the text clearly says that the people in question only fight from inside protected areas or from behind walls. And the fact is that people who built the wall also fight on the other side of the wall. So if you want to say that is definitely the wall, then you've also got to concede those are definitely the people, and those people also definitely fight on the other side of the wall, and therefore you are falsifying your own claim.
Okay, well, so I think what you're trying to show here is you're not showing that the prophecy didn't come true, but you're trying to show that, well, he also made some errors on the way, or he made a statement which is not exactly, let me finish my point, that is not exactly 100% true. Well, first of all, we don't know. We don't know if there are some people who fight only from behind the walls while some fight from on both sides. We don't know that, okay? And then you read into the text what's not there, that is referring to them as being cowards. No, we don't know that. So I think you are trying to affirm a lot of stuff which really isn't there. And
so
then
if you're saying that we don't, if you're saying that we don't know it, how can you claim that it's right? You just said
objection.
We can't know. We can't know if it's happening or not. Therefore, it's right because it happened. You can't have it both ways. You either know that it's happening and then you can make the claim, or you don't know if it's happening, so you can't claim that it's happening as prophesied. You can't say he prophesied it's happening, but we don't know if it's happening or not.
Okay, well, maybe I didn't make myself clear. See, what the Quran says is that they will not fight you except from behind walls. Are there some people who really do exist like that and will only fight you if a wall exists? If there's a wall exists, then they will fight you. Now, behind walls, meaning that will they ever go into the Palestinian territories and fight? We don't have that kind of information. We don't know. You know, these are things, the questions you're asking, we don't have answers to them. We don't know, and I find them to be irrelevant because the issue is clear. The Quran said that they will fight you, referring to at least some people, from behind walls, and some Jews did construct a wall. That's all I'm saying. And I don't think there's any need to go and elaborate any more on that. I want to move on to...
So essentially your argument is, if we exclude the falsification part of the statement, they will not fight unless A or B, and we just look and see the word Jew and wall, then we've got a fulfilled prophecy. If you think that's a scientific approach, then I think that you've got a bit of a misapprehension what the scientific approach is. You have a misunderstanding of what the scientific approach is, because that certainly is not.
Let me give you the falsification very easily. It's very easy to make this assumption 1,400 years ago. The falsification is that the Jews will all be converted to either Islam or Christianity, thus there will be no more Jews, and none of them fought from behind walls. The other falsification is that the Jews will be annihilated by the Christians or by some other group of people, thus no Jews even exist. The other falsification is Jews become peaceful, thus there will never be any more conflicts between Muslims and Jews. These are all falsifications which never...
Not really, because then you just say, oh, well, it must mean descendants of those people, which is exactly the line of reasoning that you used. As soon as it started off as Jews, as soon as I disproved that, it changed the argument to descendants of certain Jews. When I disproved that, then it became certain types of Jews with a certain mentality. If the Jews didn't exist anymore, you would say, well, in that case, it's descendants of Jews. And that was exactly what you did. You went from your initial argument to it's descendants of Jews. And if the Jews didn't exist today, you would have done exactly the same and gone for it's descendants of Jews. You've already demonstrated the shift.
If Jews did not exist today and they never fought from behind any kind of walls, then that would have clearly proved the Quran to be false. But yeah, if I had misspoken and said that it was their descendants, and I cannot confirm or deny that, I guess probably is what I should be saying. And that's probably why I changed my argument, because I don't know. I'm not sure if I can really make that an affirmation.
So why are you making claims and you don't know? Why is it that you're saying you've reached a conclusion before you've done the investigation and found out? You've looked at something and gone, oh wow, it says Jew and wall and fight, therefore it's a prophecy. And you haven't checked, who are these Jews? Do they exist? Are they descendants? Do Jews fight on the other side of the wall? I mean, that is such a most basic thing to test. Do the Jews only fight from behind the wall? You can't just look at the word Jew and wall and go, it's a miracle. You have to look at the rest of the stuff. They do not fight unless they're behind the wall. And then you check it, 3 seconds after watching Al Jazeera, you'll see that they do come over the wall in tanks and gunships. And then you'll know it's a load of rubbish, and then you'll have to come up with something else. You've got to do your research first. You can't go on and say, this is true, but I don't know what I'm on about.
But really, very quickly, whether they do come over the wall or not, I don't think the Quran is making that affirmation, because we have to interpret the Quran in light of the Hadith and the Sirah. Because it said that they will not fight you except from behind walls and fortified townships. It's talking about the Banu Nadir. The Banu Nadir did fight outside of the township, and then they did fight within the township. So I don't think that's what he meant to say. Once we take the context into consideration, okay? And so it is taken from a general perspective, but also we have to understand whether
guys, we have 2 minutes.
Rash,
we have 2 minutes.
Okay, let me just
Rash, stop.
No,
stop.
no,
Stop. Nadir has to go. No, stop.
No,
stop.
He can go. But I just want to say quickly, right, that
Nadir has
if
to
you're
go.
saying that it refers to people
he only
in
has
the
like
past.
5 minutes left before the library closes, okay?
Yeah. So if you're talking about people in the past, it's not a prophecy. That's it.
Okay, fine.
Let me just sum up what I'm trying to say here.
Yes,
I mean,
and then I'll give you a goodbye, and then you only have a couple minutes left. If make this your final word overall, and I'll go fisticuffs with Rash or anyone else who tries to get in a word after the last word, because when we had Muhammad Ansar, it was a complete disaster. I gave him the last word, and then everyone else talked, which was really unfair to him. Okay, so everyone, please. I'm sure Rash and Stop both have a lot to say. Nadir will have to go very soon. He gets the last word. Okay.
Okay. Well, what the Rationalizer is saying does make sense only for considering 1 or 2 prophecies or 1 or 2 scientifically correct statements. But that's not the case here. I've just given you a small portion. There's a lot more, but because of the time's sake, I wasn't able to share it with you. My point here, you cannot consistently say things which come true thousands of years later over and over and over again. Once or twice? Sure. It's easy perhaps to say, okay, well, yeah, the Jews are going to get persecuted down the road. And we see that happen with Hitler. But then once you see it happening over and over again, it just becomes impossible. 2 minutes. Just give me 1 minute here. I think they're going to kick me out of the library here. We saw so many statements here which agreed with science. For example, the barriers, deep dark seas, that there's no light, internal ways. That is exactly what science today tells us. The prophecies of the leather shields came true. The issue about new diseases coming, that came true, and even the Rationalizer had to admit to that. And of course the issue about the walls came true. He's using a choice of words, but if you look at it, the statements are coming true, and I'll end with that.
Horse dung.
Nadir, thank you for coming on, because whether we agree or not, you might think I'm talking rubbish, I might think you're talking rubbish, and it's irrelevant because it was fun chatting with you, and that's all that really matters.
I second that. Thank you very much for coming on, and thank you to everyone for remaining civil even when it got heated.
Okay, I'll sign off. Thanks. Bye, guys.
Salam. Take care.
And that means I'm not allowed to say anything? I need to keep quiet?
Hey, I'm sorry. I remain quiet, too, because, I mean, Rash and he had called each other out, and it was basically them at high noon. I enjoyed it. It was less work for me.
I mean, no, his closing argument was interesting. He said, you cannot consistently something, say things and get them right, whatever. I think he just should have stopped at, I cannot consistently.
Exactly.
Because there was absolutely no consistency in any of the reasoning at all. The only consistency in it actually was, if I ignore absolutely every single fact that doesn't agree with what I'm saying, it says exactly what I want it to say. That was my impression.
Yeah, and then to tell you at the end that this is what you have to do, I mean, that's totally ridiculous.
The library is at
you'll have to kick him off the course, otherwise we'll hear the librarians.
Oh yeah, sorry. I'm asleep at the wheel. I'm asleep. I didn't realize you hadn't hung up.
Okay, are we going to do a summary of this or not?
Well, yeah, stop, obviously. I mean, my reasoning was, Rash was really eager. You and I had already had our go at Nadir last time. I know I did chip in a few times. But yeah, please, you must have a huge backlog. And then we have two more guests. We have On the Keeb and Mountain Wolf who want to come on.
All right, I'm just going to say one thing, and that is, this is a total repeat of what we had in February.
Yeah.
He comes on and he makes a claim, and then whenever you show him that he's wrong, he just says, well, I proved my point, let's go to the next one. So how can you tell him anything? I mean, you've shown him that he's wrong, and look at what he says at the end. He thinks he has made a point. He thinks he has shown, demonstrated, and proven something. That is not the case.
Yeah.
But how do you tell a deluded, brainwashed person that there is nothing at all in what he said that made any degree of sense that this is a fact? How do you do that?
Well, yeah, I mean, the poor guy, he says, look, I found this chest of pirate gold, and, you and I sort of bite the gold coins, and we think, well, these are all made out of chocolate, mate. Sorry to burst your bubble, but he's like, but look how many of them there are. How could there? And it's like, yeah, but they're all made of chocolate. We just ate the whole thing.
Exactly. Then he comes and says, well, here's the scientific source, and you look at the scientific source, and I mean, this is ludicrous. I think this is why they invented this word, ludicrous. And thank you, Captain Disguise, for this. That he is quoting CNN as his scientific source. I mean,
I don't think that's the end of the world. It's just that you dig a little bit deeper. Like, I mean, Rash beat me to the punch on so many things. I'm amazed that we don't have a much bigger audience. I mean, maybe people think this is like a dry educational show, but I'm over here while they're talking. Look up history of sexually transmitted diseases. Where else do you get people to talk about that? And then there was that other great show we had about drinking camel piss. I mean, I don't understand what young people are into these days. I don't know. Anyway, but like the thing about okay, there's this barrier and it's never penetrated. And then I looked it up on Encyclopedia Britannica, and it says, yeah, this barrier is present except at the polar caps. I'm like, well, there goes your...
Well, the obvious number of errors in that argument was the Quran talks about the two C's, a definite article. If it happens between two C's here and two C's there, then that's disproven the Quran, because it should have said two types of C's or something like that. The Quran could therefore be improved and is therefore not perfect. The fact that Moses went to the two C's, said he'd forgot his fish. I mean, he's in the sea at the barrier between the two C's. But this is the Black Sea and the Baltic Sea. Does that mean if we find a fish in the Baltic Sea, we've disproved the Quran, whether it's a glowing fish or not? And then,
exactly.
And then they passed it, and come on, it must be talking about a different the two C's.
This is why I said the light can be from a torch, and this also proves it wrong. But he didn't understand it.
I mean, I can understand he's talking about he's not saying there will never be light. He's saying that the characteristic of the sea is that it's dark underneath the sea. Now, the thing is, I can remember going down the park when I was a little kid with my mum stocking on a bit of wire as a fishing net, catching little stickleback fish and putting them in a pot. And if they came into the shallow where it's 2 or 3 centimetres deep, I could see them. If they swam out a little bit where it was deeper, it was too dark to see them. And I remember thinking, why can't I see them? Oh, because it's too dark.
How old were you?
6.
The guys. Now you know the level of the person that we have just been talking to.
It's basically what he's trying to say is that what I observed as a 6-year-old is beyond the ability of a mere human. And I'm sorry, but I'd like to pretend I'm really clever, but I'm not. I'm not that clever anyway.
Someone was messaging me kind of frantically about the Mongol-Turkish relationship. The original Turks, the Central Asian people, were very closely related with their fellow Central Asian tribesmen, because people moved back and forth, and not only would people people on the ancient steppe had strong tribal identities, but the two people, they are related. There's a clear linguistic link. There's a clear genetic link now that we can trace Y chromosome. What are they called? My mind's taking a vacation. They can trace mitochondrial DNA, and they can also trace haploids through the Y chromosome. So they can trace these different families. And there's really no doubt that they were similar. The Turks that we know today have, so thoroughly interbred with the people, the Persians and Arabs and other people who were around, that they look completely different from the Turks of back in the day. Who would, if you take Turks and Mongols before they came down and started getting busy with the people of China, Persia, India, the Middle East, and the Anatolian Peninsula, you would not have been able to tell the difference between a Turk and a Mongol from either the language or from their appearance, their mode of fighting. Turks also used a lot of horse archers. They were a little bit more melee based, if I'm not mistaken, but very, very similar people because they were cousins. So yeah, I mean, much like you see with Latin America, wherein the primary ethnic group is really a mixture of European and native. The Turks of today appear the way they do because they've incorporated a lot of genetic material into the fold. So anyway, we have Jack who wants to talk about a different side. I didn't bother to ask him what he's going to talk about, but I assume he's going to talk about something. And also, he's coming late, so I'll give him a recap of the show. He's coming. Hey, Jack, how's it going?
Hello.
Thanks for joining us. You just got here?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. You're a little quiet. If you can turn up your volume a bit. Anyway, to just give you a recap of what happened, we bullshitted around for like the first hour, and then Nadir Ahmed from the Science and the Quran show, he was back, and then he and the Rationalizer just went head to head, and Rationalizer was just humiliated and owned, and I ended up having to kick Nadir out. I thought that Ration would be in tears, and I couldn't hold back. I started yelling and screaming at Nadir, calling him an idiot, and I don't think, yeah.
Okay. So first, Ramadan Kareem for everybody who was listening to us. This is the first episode in Ramadan, right?
Yep.
You didn't? Okay. So I want to talk about a different subject. I don't know what you have been talking about, but recently I have been thinking about. Are you familiar with the Venus Project?
The BS Project?
Venus Project.
Oh, the Venus Project. Not really. What's it about?
It's some I have watched on YouTube about. Nobody have heard about it?
It sounds a little bit familiar.
Yeah, it's Jack Frisco, his engineer, and his proposal on a project or theory for the future of the world. And
I just looked it up. I'll put a link to it in the video. So they're conservationists?
Yeah, his idea is about, no money. He's basically saying that everything you want or everybody wants, the resources in the earth can provide everybody in the planet with anything they want. But the monetary system or the money system is corrupting the world. So he wants to cancel all money, and everything you want, you just can't get it for free.
So it's like a Star Trek thing where currency is obsolete. Is that it?
Okay, but I've been thinking, and I don't know. And he is also saying that we should all declare the resources of the earth for all the people. So if you happen to be on one geographic place and you have some resources, why do you think these resources belong to you only and not for other people? Like people in Saudi, they happen to be on some geographic place, they have a lot of oil. So why not other people have the right? Because we just some creatures living on this planet. Why can't we don't have the right for this resource? And he's saying that all resources on earth can provide everything for everybody, but because there is a market and competition between companies, so they are corrupting the world.
I'm sorry, can you just say again, are you saying that in Saudi there are resources which are not being shared?
Yeah, they take it for all. Let's say, for example, there is some resources in Russia or every another country. They take it for them. They don't share it for other people.
But they are selling gold and diamonds from Russia to the rest of the world.
Yeah, they are selling it, but who decide why it's for them, not for example, the gold in Russia? Why the other people in Africa, they cannot get advantage of it?
Because it happens to be in that region. So every country is selling what they are producing. So if Germany sells BMWs, it is Germany selling them. And you cannot have Saudi Arabia selling BMWs, and that is why Russia is selling Russian diamonds. That's how it works.
Well, but now, hang on. First of all, I recommend anyone visit the page, which I'll look up, because it has some really cool architectural designs. I think they're just artist renditions. I don't think any of them have been built, but they're really cool. So, I mean, one of them actually looks like the Imperial City from Oblivion as you're looking down on it. Sorry, it's kind of an unrelated geek moment. But, so, I mean, what is his plan? Just to convince people to redistribute resources more evenly between countries or within countries? Is it just a matter of him convincing world leaders of his vision, that kind of thing?
Yeah, they are saying in the project that all the earth resources can support everybody to have everything they want. For example, now you have the computer and you have your clothes and you have your food. This is all resources from the earth. So you can all get all these things for free, because mathematically the resources on earth can give everybody everything they want.
No, computers don't grow on trees.
No, computers, they are just silicon and plastic, and they are all coming from the earth. They don't come from magic.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'd have to learn more about how he plans to get there. I mean, it's a nice vision, but like so many others,
it's not practical, you think, right?
I'm sorry?
It's not practical. It cannot be applied. You think like that.
Okay, but what is your actual question? Are you asking a question or are you making a statement?
No, I want to share with you. I just watched this documentary and I was confused.
Okay.
I have something here on the page. It says galactic citizenship. No, this guy seems pretty level-headed to me. I think he'll pull it off.
And other things is, for example, they say the wars. What's war? War is some groups have different have problem with other group, so they want to solve this problem with violence, right? So, for example, in the past time there was tribes. One tribe they fight other tribe, but when they become states or with the invasion of countries they don't fight with each other anymore. For example, in the USA, they used to fight the civil war, but now we don't see USA fight each other. USA fight Iraq or they fight another countries, but they don't fight each other. But for example, if we apply the Venus project, everybody in the world, they will be one state, and there is no need to fight each other because it will be one country. But I I am just. I don't think it will work because there is difference in economic between other states. Because if the Earth was one country, because Europe is not like Africa. People in Africa, if the world was one country, it will collapse because maybe after maybe a few centuries, maybe the whole world will be the same in economics and education and culture, everything. It will be okay to do that, but now it will be a country.
So he's talking about one world state, right?
Yeah.
Oh, and a side comment on America fighting in Iraq and other places. America is we are the Turkish people of the 21st century. If you make a prophecy that you're going to fight with us, it'll come true sooner or later. We'll see to it. We just love a good fight, and we don't need a reason. But the world state, I guess you'd have an advantage of first of all, it'd be a hell of a thing to pull off. Like I'll talk to some Muslims who want to revive the caliphate, and I say, well, let's just take a look at take any two countries that are part of like the organization of the Islamic Conference, and you like just two random countries that share a border, and think how tough it would be to get those sheikhs and princes and or in the case of more progressive places, presidents and prime ministers. Imagine trying to get them to dissolve their mutual border and be sort of subject to one another. Even to get any two of those countries to give up their sovereignty would be a hell of a thing. So, I mean, the idea of a whole world state, no matter what ideology you're going to get it under, it'd be, I don't want to say it's impossible, but, because it may happen, or it could theoretically happen, but, you see, like, with a lot of right-wingers in the U.S., how anti-UN they are, or a lot of, conservatives in Europe, how they really view the EU and the Eurozone with suspicion and feel like they're going to give up. So even in relatively progressive places, it's hard to get people to, some people are convinced that you're a traitor if you're a team player in a transnational sense. So that'd be a hell of a thing to pull off. But I would be interested in getting a dual citizenship, U.S. and galactic, like this guy offers apparently, because that could really open some doors for you. Did you have anything else before we let you go, Jack?
Nothing.
I'm sorry?
Nothing, just this topic and just this topic. But I have more on this topic if you're not interested.
Could you turn your sound up a little bit? It's a bit quiet on your end. I'm struggling to hear you.
No, it's only this topic, and I think what this means is that we can just sit over a beer and discuss this, but it's not something that we can discuss here in 5 minutes on a show.
Okay.
I think everyone wants the entire world to be united under a single peaceful system. The only problem is nobody can decide whose system that's going to be.
Yeah. Have any of you ever read Plato, any of his works?
Nope.
That guy was a fucking moron. He is the stupidest man who has ever lived. And, I mean, if Plato had lived in an age where people didn't wear togas and sandals, he would not have been intelligent enough to dress himself. And
but he was an idealist.
Well, he was an idiot. He was a complete idiot.
Sad.
So do you think that in the far future there will be all just countries and it will be the same system? I don't think so. I think in the far future there will be just one civilization.
I'll keep my fingers crossed.
I'm going to let you go for now, Jack, but thank you for the topic. See you later.
Okay.
Salam. Anyway, Plato is the last word in idealistic societies that would never work. Okay. The guy. I mean, I read his Republic and his laws. Let's put this up, and anyone in the chat can participate so they can appreciate. Let's say that you're a magistrate in this city, right? Okay. Now a barrel has fallen on someone and killed them. How would you handle this situation in terms of liability? Who would be punished in what way? And first we'll go to Stop because he hasn't had a chance to talk that much, and then we'll go to Rash.
Kill him.
Kill who?
The guy that caused the barrel.
No, the barrel just fell on its own.
Okay, I don't remember that one. There's always a cause for something. Plato was on about that you need to apply the adequate amount of retaliation to every action. So that if somebody did something to somebody else, then he reasoned that that should have an adequate amount of reaction. So if somebody went and threw a barrel down what are we talking about here?
No, we're talking about what in some legal terms, ironically, is called an act of God. That is, you have a barrel on a shelf, someone's underneath it, the shelf gives way, and the barrel falls on someone and kills them.
Okay, kill the God that caused it.
The God that caused it? Hey, that's fair. What about you, Rash?
I say the person to blame is the person whose responsibility it was to ensure that the barrel didn't fall and kill someone.
Well, according to Plato, you're both wrong. The barrel is put on trial for murder. The next of kin and neighbors I'm not making this up. Plato's Laws, Volume 9, look it up. If an inanimate object kills someone, and there's no deliberate intent, the object is placed on trial. The next of kin and the neighbors are called as witnesses. The curators and magistrates rule, and if the barrel is found guilty of murder, it is taken to the boundary of the country and thrown over the border. It's exiled forever.
Well, that's the consequence, yes.
Well, yeah. Well, if you extrapolate that to Islam, the stone that stole Moses' clothes would have its hands cut off. Plato just didn't.
What are you drinking? I'll have the same.
Before I forget, can I just point out something that I was repeatedly saying wrong throughout the show, because I hate being wrong, so I've got to correct it. I kept saying Banu Nadu. It's Banu Nadir.
Yeah.
I was getting it mixed up with Tamil Nadu, which was one of my favourite teams in the Indian sport kabaddi. So I was getting Jews mixed up with Indians, so I just needed to point that out, or I wouldn't get any sleep.
Okay, we actually have another caller. It's DPR Jones himself. I will bring him in.
Who's that?
I could make a whole show ranting about Plato. I mean, you would not believe the stuff that's in there. I mean, anybody who ever says that Plato was in any way smart has not read his works. That guy was a lunatic. DPR, are you with us?
I hope so. Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome to the show. Salam. What do you have for us today?
I have to congratulate you all on the patience and dedication that you spent with the caller. I think his name was Nadir. But I think it raises an interesting issue. I mean, judging from the comments that were posted in the chat, probably most of which you were not aware of, but no one was convinced by anything he had to say. And I have to say that his arguments were, they were just dreadful.
I think there were thousands of converts.
Yes, of course. There was one stage where I reached for my Quran and checked Google Maps to see where my nearest mosque was. But
let's not say anything because he's not here. Let's be fair. Okay?
I know. I'm not insulting him. I'm not addressing anything that he actually said. What I'm inviting you to comment upon is, how do you think it is possible to get across our message to someone in his position who seems, the one thing I will say about him, seems to be so fully indoctrinated. Logic and reason don't seem to work. What is the answer?
Fear.
Would we care to expound?
Yeah, we're all waiting for the elaboration.
No, this is the only way. No, this is the only thing that these people react to. This is fear. That if you tell him, if you can convince him that the belief that he has is actually contrary to what the Quran says, then he will forever and eternally be subjugated and sent to hell and be burnt and blah, blah, blah. You need to make them afraid. This is the only thing. The only thing that you can do is put in doubt that maybe what they are doing can be interpreted as being the wrong way, and then they will go to hell. This is the only thing that keeps them on their toes.
I don't think there is anything you can do. The only person that can do anything is himself. The benefit of these conversations is always for the viewers. People who, like myself a few years ago, used to look at claims and think they were really impressive without bothering to look at any of the facts behind the claims. Hopefully they'll get some information which shows them that the claims aren't true. Maybe it will help them to reason a bit more objectively. Really, it's the benefit of everyone else. And the only person that can ever help a person is themselves.
But we gave him the arguments in February. He just repeated them. He ignored everything we told him in February, except the one thing which Atheismo told him, and that is that there were animals at the bottom of the sea which gave off light. And he was incredibly impressed by that, and this is the only thing he remembered from 2 hours on the show here.
Is that a little ray of hope, perhaps? I used that analogy.
I love your
I noticed that someone in the chat posted ridicule, and a couple of weeks ago we had Non-Stamp Collector on the Magic Sandwich show, and this issue was sort of like discussed briefly with him, and he obviously uses ridicule, and his argument was, hopefully someone will see just how idiotic these ideas are, and it will have an effect. I mean, my personal view is there's a blunderbuss approach. You hit them with all sorts of things. You hit them with facts and reason. You hit them with ridicule and whatever. But I mean, with him, it just seemed that he was impervious. He had a leather shield, I think, to all your arguments.
Correct.
But he couldn't see the truth through his locust-like eyes.
Maybe he was at the bottom of the sea. I don't know. But I mean, one thing I have to take an issue with. Rationalizer did, I think, probably the best you could have done, but it's so easy for these conversations to move off in a different direction. If he's saying there is a barrier between seas, get a definition of what he means by it. And I know, Rationalizer, you did try, but I would have just kept on asking that question until he came up with an answer. And his answer to most of your questions was, well, I think I've made that point, so let's move on to my next one.
Yeah, I did push him a few times for the definition of a barrier, and he wouldn't give it. So rather than making the entire show, what's a barrier? I'll move on. What's a barrier? I'll move on. I thought, well, I'll just let him move on. It's clear from the recording he wouldn't define what a barrier is. My counter-argument was quite clear. God did this really impressive thing, but it only takes a bit of cold weather and it's entirely wrecked. Great. Well done, all-powerful man. That's brilliant.
But it does frighten me. I mean, I don't know his history and whether he came to his religion later on in life or whether it was indoctrinated into him from a young age. But it does show how powerfully persuasive religion is for some people. And I do think that this is a genuine problem, and I do think it's one that we need to consider.
I'm not going to name names, but there have been a couple of YouTube atheists and skeptics who have made vids to the effect that we can't definitively say that religion is bad or counterproductive, and that kind of thing just makes me cringe. And one of the arguments they give is they say, well, there are many factors that could affect someone's decision-making process or make them support a certain thing. Like if someone has goal A and you want them to stop, and religion is one of the motives, they don't think it would sufficiently undermine. Like they would immediately find a replacement motive, which I think is preposterous, really. I think that people maybe who have never been religious or spend a lot of time around religious people can drastically underestimate just how much the religion can shape their thinking. If you've only been around very wishy-washy religious people or people who are basically like Christian materialists or Muslim materialists, they're just culturally members of that religion, you could really underestimate how much it shapes someone's thinking. I remember I got into a fierce discussion with someone, a Christian, about the Bible, and they said, "Oh well, I find any problem with the Bible or anything. You guys, you'll make fun, but it's an impervious book to criticism." And I said, "Well, I said something about, do you believe in unicorns?" And he said, "Well, of course not. And this is typical of you atheists. You like to make fun and compare what's in the Bible to silly, stupid things like unicorns." And I said, "Well, which which version is your favorite version? He said, well, the King James, of course. So I said, let's take a little stroll over to the bookshelf, and I showed him where it talks at least 3 times about unicorns and uses the word unicorn in the King James Bible. Okay? Now, he said, well, maybe that's not what it means, and after going round and round, I finally convinced him that, yes, this book is saying there is such a thing, or at least were such things, as unicorns, okay? And I said, so now do you believe, so you understand? And but obviously there's no such thing as unicorn. And he said, well, anything's possible, with the Lord and so forth and so on. So he started to waffle on his other position. So now, here's the thing. For people who don't think that religion really shapes the way people think, and really what they're allowed by themselves and by these institutions to think or not think, this man had 2 positions, right? One was the position on whether or not there is or ever has been such a thing as a unicorn in the world. His other position was whether or not his scripture talked about unicorns, okay? The moment I changed one belief, the other belief changed instantaneously, like changing the spin on, half a molecule and the other, half, according to John Stuart Bell, it immediately starts to rotate the same way, instantaneously. Just like that, I convinced him inadvertently. I was trying to show him a flaw in the Bible, but all I succeeded in doing was convincing a grown man that unicorns are real. So I think that you can't underestimate how much this shapes their thinking. And then it really just comes down to how much antisocial potential do these individual doctrines have.
Well, I certainly couldn't agree more with that. The defense mechanisms that they come up with are quite extraordinary. And I remember Rationalizer on a previous show describing a lecture that he'd heard, and I can't remember the lecturer's name, but it was about when you find out something that is wrong. Do you recall recounting that? Perhaps you'd like to repeat it, Rationalizer, because you'll do it better than I do.
She said something like, she said to the audience, can you tell me how it feels when you're wrong? And they said, it feels bad. And she said, no, that's wrong. That's how you feel when you discover that you're wrong.
And I that's perfectly valid, and I can understand it. I mean, when you think, a belief that you may have erroneous and you're proved wrong, if it's got no great import to you, it's not of great significance, it's very easy to change your mind. But when it's so much a part of your being, it's what you think life's all about, then I can understand that it is very difficult. So as I say, I think there's a huge problem in how to address these people, but I think it's an issue that we've got to face up to, because as Almighty so correctly identified, once they're in that mindset, there is the potential for them to do all sorts of things which are not beneficial to humankind.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, then it really comes down to, how flexible is the doctrine, how effective is it to bludgeon other people with. Like, we were talking about some of the fantastic stories, like the magic donkeys and so forth. If I had a little pamphlet-like scripture, and it was just filled with silly stories like the talking donkey in the Book of Numbers or the Buraq or things like that, it was basically like a book of, Greek mythology talking about different monsters, like a bestiary of different monsters or weird things. If I gave someone that and really convinced them it were true, I don't think they'd blow themselves up in a cafe over it or bomb an abortion clinic over it. I don't think that, that in and of itself. So in theory, you could have a perfectly harmless religion, even if it would make people really look at that person as if they had 3 heads. But let's face it. Most of these doctrines, they have an opinion on everything. God has an opinion on everything, and people don't, like I said, people who downplay the potential danger aren't appreciating that if we have some sort of a council meeting and there's one guy who's a priest and he says, okay, well, here's issue that we're going to bring up, some voter initiative. Here's what God has to say on the issue. Does anyone disagree? No? Okay, well then that's how it will stand. And it's very difficult to initiate any kind of reform if that's the case. If God has already ruled on an issue and everyone just basically has to accept that, or do what a lot of more liberal apologists do and say, well, maybe that's not what God was trying to say. Maybe God stuttered. You know?
I don't think the question of whether religion is harmful or not is relevant in the slightest. The only relevant question is religion true? And, you know, if knowing the truth is detrimental, then I'd still rather have the truth. Yeah. You know, the truth to me...
I have to say, Rationalizer, if I may, I disagree with that. Because I think that if religion was a personally held conviction that did not interfere in any way with other people, then I can't see that there's a problem with it. I mean, it's like, you know, there may be, and probably are, people who believe in fairies. I'm not going to have an issue with that. I don't care about the truth of whether fairies exist or not. I've made my own mind up about that. But religion, as I say, I mean, if it was that inane, there wouldn't be a problem. So I'm not with you when you say that it's the truth that's important.
No, I think that we are in agreement. It's just that you're adding the additional issue of priority. I do care that there are people out there that believe in fairies, but you know, when you put it into context with everything else that's happening in the world, I care more that people are stoning other people to death because they had sex with someone of the same gender. You know, that is a higher priority for me. If that was all gone away, I would be talking to people who believed in fairies.
Or if they get killed for making a Twitter comment.
Yeah, exactly. You know, people who believe in fairies, yeah, they're harmless, but they're still wrong. And what I mean
but we can all be wrong, can't we? I'm sure we are wrong about many things that we believe in, but we're not harming anyone with our wrong beliefs.
No, but what I'm saying is, it doesn't matter if a religion is harmful or not, as in, I mean, it'll matter when you prioritise, but what I'm saying is when I say that it doesn't matter if the religion is harmful or not, I'm saying what ultimately matters is whether or not it's true. And even if someone holds a harmless belief, I don't care that it's harmless, I only care that it's not true. And, you know, I'd rather hold on to a truth that I hate than a misconception that I love. You know, that's all that matters to me, is that whatever it is I think is correct is actually correct, and that as soon as I learn it's wrong, then I'll be really happy that I'm no longer wrong.
Well, that I think is a wonderful way of identifying the religious from the non-religious in a way. The acceptance that you're wrong for the likes of you and I, whilst it may be painful, we will do it, and we will look back on it and say, good, I've learned something. Yeah, I was wrong about that, but now my position is more considered. With the religious, you don't get that, do you? You know, and I know I've used this example before, and I'll do it very, very quickly. I'm sorry, because I know someone else wants to talk. Venom X, the first video that Thunderfoot ever made, Why Do People Laugh at Creationists, dealt with three claims that Venom X had made. One, there's not a drop of water anywhere in the universe, the entire universe, except on Earth. The second was that the Earth moves in a perfectly spherical orbit, and I always forget the third one. And, you know, that video was posted a few years ago. Have you ever heard Venom X recant from that? Have you ever heard him apologise for making those statements? Have you ever heard him thank Thunderfoot for enlightening him and increasing his education? Of course you haven't. The religious seem to have this wall and a refusal to ever accept that they're ever wrong. Sorry, I know I run.
It's a valid point. It's a very valid point. This is okay. I've written a book about religions, which I can't get published because nobody's interested in it. Which I actually sort of kick off with this, where I say a scientist, if you show him that he or she is wrong, they will say, "Thank you." A theist that you say that if you show that they are wrong will say, "Fuck you." And this is the huge, big difference and the huge, big difference in approach between the two people and the level of dishonesty that you will get. Because they don't see it as an increase in information, an increase in learning, an increase in knowledge. They will see it as a decrease in their level of comfort.
I'm going to leave DPR in the chat, and I'm going to bring in Abhishek. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correct. He wants to talk about Plato. I didn't ask him which side of the issue he's on. Maybe he's a career Platonist scholar, and he's going to just destroy me on this issue. We'll see. Welcome to the show.
Phil Hellings has got a great video called 3 Truly Magic Words. And watch that, and that was the first video that I watched that made me realise it doesn't matter if I was wrong. The best way to no longer be wrong is to admit that you were wrong, and now you're right.
Yeah.
So 3 Truly Magic Words. It's really good. 3 Truly Magic Words. Definitely watch it.
Avi, welcome to the program.
Oh, hey guys.
So what do you have for us?
I just want to say, Atheismo, you're being too hard on Plato, I would think, since, he had a lot of works, but he's sort of citing some of his crazier ideas, I guess. Mm-hmm. Because, he did give us the Socratic method as we know it.
Well, here's the thing. The Socratic method, I appreciated it more before I read the book than after. And after I read it, because I'd been reading that's how most of the stuff is laid out, it kind of infected the way I spoke with other people. I started asking, 10 questions for every one statement, because that's just the kind of infectious nature of it. But here's the thing. I too thought, well, the Socratic method is a very valuable tool, but the Socratic method used in Plato's works is a very intellectually dishonest form of interrogation from my standpoint. I remember there was one point where Socrates is talking to Protagoras, right? And everyone's kind of gathered around to see who will come out, because they're both famous speakers and thinkers. And as usual, Socrates is saying, well, is this not the case? Protagoras says yes. Is this not the case? Protagoras says yes. Isn't this always the case? And he says, well, not always. There are some cases where it is, and then he gives a brief explanation, and there are some where it's not so obvious or not so clear. So he gives just a very short explanation of his answer, because it's not a simple yes or no. And at this point, Socrates says, well, that's it, I'm going to leave. If he's not going to answer in short form, I'm going to leave. And his friends have to say, no, let's stay, don't run away. So, the method as employed by him is really more like what you'd expect from a Bill O'Reilly, where he's like, yes or no, yes or no. And if you don't give him the answer that he wants, he will straw man you, and he will take what you say out of context. He will the way he employs it is very underhanded and intellectually dishonest. But I mean, the method that we've come to know of back and forth, which I don't think has that much relation, I'll admit it's valuable. But like I said, I was just shocked by the really underhanded punditry that Socrates and Plato's other.
Well, I'm actually surprised by that, since I haven't actually read the Protagoras, but if you read some of his other works, like the Euthyphro, the Meno, mm-hmm. like in the Euthyphro, he has a pretty good objection to, let's say, the absolute morality that some theists like to bring out.
Yeah. The Euthyphro dilemma and the Plato's cave analogy, I think, are very useful examples for demonstrating a wide variety of things. But those are the few. I think that those are the two times where the broken clock had the right time. You know what I mean? That's the old saying: broken clocks correct 2 times a day. It's not that nothing he said didn't. It's not like everything he said lacked merit, but with Euthyphro, he poses this question to Euthyphro, but then in other dialogues he vacillates on that issue, and he's always claiming that he knows the minds of the gods better and so forth. He talks out of his ass is my biggest problem with him. And some people will say, well, didn't everybody believe that? And the answer is no. And Plato and Socrates as a character in Plato, they say as much. They complain about skeptics. And they say, can you believe that there's some people who don't believe in chimeras and so forth? So, there were skeptics at the time. There were people who didn't believe in anything. As a matter of fact, in one of his letters, he talks about how unwelcome he is in the city of Athens. He said, my fellow Athenians will be glad to see me leave when I go to Italy or Syracuse. But so what all of his works have you read? Avi, you still with us?
Oh yeah. So yeah, that's a pretty good point you got there. But yeah, I guess the earlier dialogues sort of have they have more Socrates than Plato, I would think.
Yeah.
And it seems that Socrates is pretty honest at times. He does say, he's attributed to saying that all I know is that I know nothing, or something like that.
Yeah. Well, after reading his works, I agree.
Almighty, can I pose a question?
Yes.
On the back of this? I'm not familiar sufficiently with Plato to cast an opinion on it, but if it is the case that he was wrong a lot of the times but did come up with the occasional gem, is there potentially an analogy that can be drawn, for example, with Newton, who came up with, obviously, the laws of motion, who also had some really batshit crazy ideas about alchemy and whatever. Is it throwing the baby out with the bathwater? Should we not appreciate them for what they have got right, as opposed to condemning them for what they got wrong?
No, we should condemn them. I mean, the fact of the matter is, when you're evaluating his work, I evaluate it as a whole. I'm certainly, like you said, I'm not going to throw the baby out of the bathwater. I'm not going to say that the system of interrogation that's attributed to him, I'm not going to use it because I don't like him and so forth. I'll give credit where credit is due. But in Meno, where he says that geometry proves the immortality of the soul, he's just being a fuckwit. There's no reason why I think that what I'm trying to do is steer as far clear of the opposite fallacy. And people use this with philosophers, I think, more than with any other category of argument from authority. And they say, well, I agree with this philosopher when he says this. I don't think I've ever heard someone start off that way where they didn't turn out to be either crazy or a complete idiot. Just because a philosopher is a household name and has all this gravitas doesn't mean that their reasoning was sound. And Plato, I mean, it never stops. Every page of this book was making me facepalm. For example, he says, well, courage and virtue are the same thing. And someone says, no, they're not. They're different things. And he says, well, is courage a good thing? Yes. Is virtue a good thing? Yes. Well, courage and virtue are the same thing. And then the guy says, well, hang on, aren't they both categories of good thing? And aren't there people from the histories and the epic poems where, they were very physically courageous men, but they did really despicable things or were unethical and so forth? And his answer is essentially, well, don't worry. When we build my ideal society as portrayed in the Republic and laws, we'll censor all the histories so we won't have to worry about those accounts. That's his answer. He says all Homer, Hesiod, Aeschylus, all of the historians, all of the playwrights, all of the poets, their works will be edited to be state-approved works, and they'll never portray a courageous man being unethical. And then it will seem like what he's saying is true. So you have this really disturbing image of a man who was. Like the world's first Stalinist. He says, well, I'm going to create a police state in which everything, all works of poetry and history and literature and all that, everything is in line with the state and nothing contradicts my propaganda, and then I'm just going to choose to believe my own propaganda. It really is a chill. I mean, the more you read into his laws, it's this chilling police state. If you don't want to really dive through his completed works and all that crap, because it is a bit dry. Just search for Plato and censorship, Plato and police state, and nobody in their right mind would want to live in the society that he was building.
I think the problem is that Plato really goes too far into metaphysics. I think Aristotle had a problem with him doing that. So, metaphysics is a very vague and really, really weird field. So that's where he gets his crazy ideas, I think.
I'm sorry? What? I missed that.
I just want to say that Plato just goes too far into metaphysics, which is really vague and ambiguous, and I think that's where he gets most of his crazy ideas.
Yeah, I remember, like in the Timaeus, which is a really long one, where he goes into a lot of what he thinks is science, and he says, if you take flame red and mix it with black, you get green. And I thought, did he never think to test that? It's amazing. His works are boring, but if anyone doubts me, to take that journey, and I think actually you'll probably regret it, because it's really quite dull, and the guy was just, I don't know what he was smoking when he came up with all this stuff.
I was just wondering...
Why do you think that... Sorry.
Do any of his really vague statements in any way match modern scientific statements?
Yes, some of them.
No. I mean, for example, he didn't know his, like I said before, he didn't know his primary colors. He didn't know how mirrors worked. He said that he said all kinds of crazy stuff. I mean, Socrates, right before he drinks the hemlock, Socrates goes on this bizarre account of what he thinks the geography of the world is like, and I don't know if I could even begin to give you a mental picture. It's so bizarre, you just have to read it yourself. No, he said, I mean, he said so much crazy stuff, I don't know where to begin. He said, if somebody is insane, they have too much spinal fluid. You know, I'm sure maybe someone could find, you know, if I was like on the same mindset as Nadir, and I believed in you know, I was trying to improve Plato's image, I could say, well, you know, look at this particular, you know, genetic...
the place where the spine connects to the head, and that's central nervous system, and that's responsible for releasing certain hormones which can affect your behaviour and make you angry, and yeah, exactly.
I mean, I could also start the one with the sperm starting exactly there.
I don't remember sperm starting in the spine. I remember it starting in the kidney.
Okay, this was the consequence of that, because it starts in the brain, and then where the junction is between the head and the spine. Then it moves down, then it moves through the body, and then somehow it gets filtered through the kidney, and then it gets pushed out. Because there is some origin somewhere about this. But I can't remember if it was really Plato or not.
I don't remember who it was, but I do remember.
By the way, the logos
came from the whole body.
Yes, and exactly. This is the whole point, that it moved through the body, and then the whole body was responsible for creating it. I think this is where it originated. People are asking, no, the logos are mixed up. It is not Atheismo, is me and I am Atheismo. It's two different people, it's just the logos are mixed up.
A question for Almighty, if I may. Given what you've read about Plato and your disrespect for him, why do you think it is that he is held in such high regard still to this day?
Because he survived when so many other works, in a word, I would say Plotinus. He survived in the works of various Christian and Muslim scholars who liked his particular brand. He and Aristotle, they liked his particular brand of metaphysics, and they, you know, a lot of European and Middle Eastern scholars would try to reconcile the beliefs of Plato or Aristotle with their own views, whereas a lot of the pre-Socratic atomists and a lot of the Greek empiricists were understudied, or even their works rendered forbidden to study, especially in Europe. At the height of the Abbasid, in the 9th to 12th century in the Middle East, a much wider, work of Greeks was available to the people, which is really why, at that point, during the Dark Ages, the medieval era, why it was one of the key reasons why the Middle East was so much more sophisticated than its European counterpart, because the church was trying to, get rid of its pagan origins as much as possible, and they thought that they could somehow salvage and groom Plato and Aristotle's work to survive. So it's basically the reading list has been determined by the books that weren't being burned.
I just want to add something.
Yeah.
I think one of the reasons it survived is that there's sort of an artistic side to Plato, where people in the Renaissance wanted to create a Platonic ideal of a human being, or Platonic painting of some sort. I think this is just that artistic side that Plato really exemplifies, I guess, humanism in that era. So I guess that's why it survived.
What about the broadband aspect that he wrote on a whole range of different topics?
I'm sorry, what?
Oh. He did not concentrate on one area. He didn't say, I'm getting so cheesed off with the two avatars next to each other. The thought that I was having is that actually it's the broadband aspect, that he was covering a whole lot of different topics, that he wasn't concentrating on one area only. He wasn't only talking about, belly buttons or the soul or the brain or whatever, but he was covering every aspect of human life. And he had an opinion on everything, which he put down to philosophical thought and how to look at the life that they had, how to consolidate that and make it real with the life that they had, with the first scientific observation. So I think it's the broadband aspect as well that made him a darling of all the people in the future.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm convinced that people just weren't reading him. I mean, he did have an opinion on a wide variety of subjects, and all of his opinions were so bizarre. I mean, he said everything's made of little triangles. He said that he said there's no point in trying to use medicine or seeing doctors. And this is in the Timaeus. He says if someone is sick, they should do gymnastics, and if they're too ill to do gymnastics, they should go sailing. But don't use medicine or go to doctors, because that's futile. You'll only make it worse, because you can't extend your life. The triangles from which you're made have a set lifespan, and after that, they just can't keep going.
Well, his reasoning was failed. His conclusion was failed, but, he was probably right that you shouldn't go and see a doctor, because I expect the medicine was so bad then that you'd probably die earlier if you went to see a doctor. And if you're dying, it probably was more beneficial to do gymnastics than to go and see a doctor. As for everything being made up of triangles, maybe he thought he existed within a computer game, because in that the 3D graphics are all made of triangles.
I disagree with you there, Rationalizer. The way I look at that is that Plato came up with a prophecy. He obviously foresaw that the quarks were made up of three, and they are a triangle of sorts. So I think actually that's more persuasive than any argument that Nadir came up with earlier.
Yeah, and if we put aside everything that he said which is an error and discuss that another time, and only look at the things that have got the same words in a sentence as something that's scientific, then Plato was right.
Well, what do you have against confirmation bias? I mean, come on. This is what religion is based on. I'm not sure what's going on Blog TV. I have it on.
Oh, it's just the chat hiccup.
Okay.
Yeah, chat was rebooted.
I just have one more comment. I guess he cut me off.
Yeah, okay.
I just wanted to comment on what Nadir said earlier about the ways upon ways verse. I actually just looked through the tafsirs, and the thing is that the verse was sort of a metaphor for disbelief, the darkness of the waves crashing upon other waves, how God supposedly sealed up the hearts of unbelievers. So I wasn't sure if Nadir was aware of that or not. But
well, I'm curious. I'm sorry. I know it's not my show. I'm really sorry about this, but I am really, really curious. Right. So how do we identify what in the Quran is a metaphor and what is accurate?
I'm just reading from tafsirs, so that's their views, the authoritative views in the tradition.
Yeah, I always took it as wave upon wave, meaning that they're being overwhelmed. That's it, If you're hit by wave upon wave, then you're being overwhelmed. I'm sure a lot of people have experienced it. You go in the sea, wave upon wave is smashing against you, it's knocking you all over the place, you're out of control. And then, but let's ignore the fact that the Quran repeatedly talks about the heart as if it's the centre point for decision making. We'll completely ignore that. Well, somewhere else it says lying forelock. So, obviously it knows about the cerebrum.
Well, I think that the answer to your question lies in the verse that made you stop reading the Quran, DPR, because you had told me this story before. I don't know if you want to tell it again or if I should really...
Yes, sure. I started reading the Quran, chapter 1, I think 7 verses, all about Allah's great. Isn't Allah the best? God damn it, Allah is great. Second chapter, 284, 86 verses, very, very much straight from the Bible. uninteresting. I then got on to chapter 3, and I think it's 3.6 or 3.7. I'm sure Rationalizer or one of the others will be able to correct me. And it got to the point where it basically said, no one will actually understand what this book is saying. And in fact, and again, I would invite Rationalizer to expand on this, there's actually uncertainty about how uncertain the Quran is.
Right, now here's the thing.
37.
Think about when that was originally written, okay? And to this day...
Oh, please, can we hear Rationalizer tell us how uncertain the uncertainty of the Quran is first? I'm sorry, Almighty.
No, go for it, yeah.
It is he who has sent down to you the book. In it are verses that are precise. They are the foundation of the book. And other verses are unspecific. As for those in whose hearts is deviation, they will follow that which is unspecific, seeking discord and seeking an interpretation, which is probably why Nadir won't give his own interpretation. And no one knows its true interpretation except Allah. But those firm in knowledge say, we believe in it. Now, the thing with this is, let me look for a different translation, because the original spoken recitation tradition didn't have commas in them. It says, no one knows its explanation save Allah. And those who are of sound instruction say we believe in it. Or does it mean no one knows its explanation save Allah and those who are of sound instruction? They say we believe in it. So the verse that says that there are unclear verses and clear verses is unclear as to whether Allah knows it or Allah and those who are of sound instruction. So it's saying some are clear, some are unclear, but I'm not very clear as to who knows which is which.
Now, here's what I'm amazed at is, think about how long ago this was revealed, and even in today with all of our modern science, we still don't understand what this book says. How could he have known? Anyway, on that note, we're going to have to wrap it up. This is a 3-hour show, which is kind of medium for us. I'd like to thank.
Can I throw in one last thing very, very quickly?
Okay, fine.
When Nadir was talking before, and we were talking about the depths of the sea and whatever, there was a certain passage that was read out, and unfortunately I didn't have time to make note of what it was, but it began with something like the unfathomable sea, blah blah blah, no light at the bottom of it, whatever. But you see, there was, in my view, a great point, because the sea is not unfathomable. Mm-hmm. So the Quran is wrong in that regard, is it not?
Not really, because it can mean it's like the darkness in a vast deep sea.
Yeah.
In a very, very deep sea. In a sea whose fathoms depth you do not know. It doesn't.
I've never heard Rationalizer sound like an Islamic apologist before, but anyway, thank you very much.
If that's what I think the truth is, I'll say it.
Okay.
I do have to examine the truth.
Do we want to have one last guest before we go? Because this person's been waiting a bit.
Yeah, if they've been waiting, let them on.
All right, I'm just going to leave the other people in. Hopefully one won't lose signal quality over at... our new guest is on the Keeb, and he wants to talk about the Sunnah. Nakib, are you with us? Testing. Uh-oh. Looks like we got... Well, yeah, I think if we can't get it... Hold on, I'll type to him really quick. You guys can talk about whatever.
Yeah, I have one question. Is it worth debating people like Nadir?
Yes. Absolutely.
No.
Yes. It's, as I said before, it's not for the benefit of the two people talking, it's for the benefit of the people watching. That's what discussions are always about, which is why I don't think that formal debates are any good, because you can't evaluate the claims the other person is making. All it is two people taking it in turns to make speeches, and formal debates are absolutely useless.
I
agree with you. But now what happens if he constantly refers to his web page, which is total crock. And then he says, well, there I've explained everything in great detail. But you're in a debate. So how on earth are you now going to go back? So what is the point of debating Nadir?
We told him, all right, that we're not going to go to your website. Tell us what you're saying. We got him to make his claims in the video. We don't want to say to people, just put up a website, and he just says go there. we did get him to actually say what his claims were, but it's for the sake of Nadir. I don't think it's going to make any difference to Nadir. He's definitely going to believe what he wants to be true. Someone else maybe will watch it and they'll. The only thing I'm thinking actually is that most Muslims would probably watch the video, and it would be the equivalent of knocking down a straw man. And they'll just think, well, this doesn't prove anything because what Nadir said was a load of rubbish.
Yeah. But he claims at the end of everything that he has proven something.
Yeah, okay. But I'd imagine that most people would disagree with him.
So, anyway, thank you to all our callers. Thank you for everyone who watched in the chat. Thank you in advance to everyone who watches on YouTube comments. We'll put a variety of different links, including to Nadir Ahmed's website, links to studies on the history of STDs, and other things. Take care. We'll see you again in 2 weeks with another topic. Assalamu alaikum.